Good morning, everyone. I'd like to get started. My name is Christina Page. I work in the Division of Remediation Management and serve as the chair of the Site Remediation Programs Training Committee. I'm here today with Lynn Mitchell, co-moderating. There's a few things I'd like to bring to your attention this morning. The first thing is on today's agenda at the very top, it says that there'll be a 1-hour lunch break. There's been a modification from that, so lunch is a little shorter. We ran very tight for time. The other thing I'd like to bring your attention to is that there are 2 handouts in the handout section in the webinar. There's today's agenda, and there's also table 2, and that is for Lisa Voice's presentation later this morning. Next slide. So today, the CECs for this presentation were approved by the board very recently, and they are for 5 technical credits. In order to receive these credits, you must remain on the webinar all day. So the first thing I'm going to say before I go on is please don't log out of this webinar at all today. Right now, we're not at our capped limit like we were for the Remediation Standards training, but please just don't log out of the webinar at all. So you need to be here all day and then answer 3 out of the 4 poll questions in order to receive the CECs for today. Next slide. Since the board has approved credits for today, the department compiles a list based on who attends the webinar. And we send that to the LSRPA. The LSRPA will then reach out to you via email and let you know you're eligible for CECs, and at that point you will pay them for the certificate and receive your CECs. Next slide. Throughout today's presentation, there will be poll questions, like I mentioned a couple slides ago. They will look like this, and we will stop in the middle of a presentation and we will test your knowledge, and it'll either be Lynn or myself. Why are you here today? We'll go through the questions, and then for a minute you will be able to answer the poll question. Once the poll closes, we will provide the answer. Next slide. You're here today for the Alternate Remediation Standards Technical Guidance Training, and we move back into the presentation. Next slide. There you go. Lynn.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lynn Mitchell, Assistant Director of the Remediation Review Element and the Manager of the Training Committee, and I'm also co-moderating today with Christina. Some things to go over before we start. We will read aloud the questions, as many as we can during the time that we're allowed. Last week, if any of you were here, I asked you not to put the questions in until the segment was over. We're going to try something a little different this time. I'm going to ask you to put them in as when you see them, but again, when you have the questions rather, but please make sure that, give it a couple of slides, make sure that we're not answering it on the next slide. Any questions that we don't address during the presentation, we will email you later with our responses. Next slide, please. The chat function. There are 2 functions that we have available to you. One's the questions, one's the chat. Please use the chat for technical issues, such as you can't hear something, or if you have some other technical issues, and put your questions in the question slide. That way, it's easier for us to follow all the information that we have. Next slide, please. So we will be having a course evaluation like we did last week, and we have most of the time. Please fill out the information. We use it, we find it very helpful, and we appreciate your feedback. Again, as Christina said, please stay logged in. People are joining every second here, so we want to make sure that you are able to stay for the entire presentation, so do not log out at lunchtime. And please log in with only 1 device. If we see that you are logged in with 2 devices, we will kind of kick out the other one, because we want to make sure as many people as possible can attend this event. Thank you, And with that, next slide, please. I will be introducing the LSRPA, Lisa Voice.
Hi there. On behalf of the LSRPA, I'm very happy to welcome everybody to this training in particular because I was a member of the stakeholder committee and worked on the guidance for the last couple of years with everybody, and it was quite a lot of work, and I hope you get a lot out of the training today. Next slide, please. The LSRPA wants to thank our partners. Their names are listed here. These are the people that allow us to do a lot of the work that we do that helps LSRPs and other interested parties get the work done in this program. Next slide, please. Again, these are our goal partners. They provide even more support. And again, they help us get the work done that needs to get done. Next slide. Silver partners. Give you a minute just to take a look at who's supporting our efforts. Next slide. Okay, we have some upcoming courses through the LSRPA. On June 24th, there's a chat session where you can talk to these folks about your questions. July 20th, there's a regulatory roundtable. Roger Ferguson is going to be presenting on the fill material guidance for site remediation sites. And on August 5th, there's the standards rule, and the people that are listed there are going to be providing you information about that. Next slide, please. Okay, also upcoming NJDEP training. They're on July 14th. The Soil and Groundwater Remedial Action Protectiveness Biennial Certification Forms training. Again, that's going to be a joint program by DEP and LSRPA. That's on July 14th. Next slide. And at a lighter note, there's going to be a battle at the beach. That's going to be, let me think, it's late, August 26th, 2021, from 4 to 9 p.m. That's at the Jenkinson's North in Point Pleasant Beach. There's details about tickets on the slide. Anybody who wants to go play cornhole and is good at it, barbecue, bar, networking, fireworks, the whole bit on the beach, which is the favorite place for New Jersey. And we're all glad we can go back. Next slide. A little later in the year, LSRPA and New Jersey SWEP is having a golf and networking event on October 7th at the Mercer Oaks Golf Course in West Windsor. That goes to benefit our scholarship funds, which are very popular and something that I know we're very proud of. So please consider going to that and helping us with our scholarship funds. Next slide. Maybe the last slide. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And LSRPA always enjoys helping out with these things. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lisa, and thanks again to the LSRPA for collaborating with the department. One thing I want to mention is I just put the link to the SurveyMonkey in the chat. I will do that sporadically throughout the day. So as Lynn had mentioned, to fill out the course evaluation, you'll see it posted there throughout the day. Next slide. And I'm going to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Swati Tapan.
Morning, everyone. So I wanted to welcome you all to the seminar today for the Alternative Remediation Standards. And next slide, please. I'm sure you know this by now, but the statutory authority for the Alternative Remediation Standards, the guidance is in the existing Brownfield and Contaminated Site Remediation Act, and it requires us to consider site-specific parameters. The rule was just adopted on May 17th, and in that, the subchapter 8 sets forth the procedures and the development for the development and the approval of the alternative remediation standards. Next slide. We're going to look at the 4 exposure pathways today. And while Subchapter 8 gives the overall rules for the alternative remediation standard. The appendices go into the specifics for each pathway. So Appendix 6 goes into the specifics for the ingestion-dermal pathway, and Appendix 7 for the inhalation pathway, Appendix 8 for the migration to groundwater pathway, and Appendix 9 for the vapor intrusion pathway. And these are the pathways and the guidances that we will be discussing in some detail today. So that's what I have to say, and we can go on to the speakers, the remaining speakers now. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. I appreciate you introducing everything, and I want to thank you for that. We're now going to be going over the alternate remediation standards for soil for the ingestion, dermal, and inhalation exposure pathways. Next slide, please. And with that, I will be introducing Chelsea. Thank you very much, Chelsea. Here you go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chelsea Bray, and I work for the department in the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. Today, I'll be starting us off with an introduction basis on the alternative remediation standards for soil for the ingestion, dermal, and inhalation exposure pathways. Next slide. I want to take a moment to recognize all the members within the department and the stakeholders that assisted in preparing this document, and you will be able to hear from some of them today. Next slide. So here's just a brief agenda for what we'll be discussing today. I'll be doing the introduction. Followed up will be Kevin Long, who will show us when to develop an ARS. Erika Snyder will show us developing an ARS for the ingestion, dermal, and the inhalation exposure pathways. This will lead us into ARSs requiring pre-approval, and Lisa Boyce will be covering alternate land use, and Mark Madaloni will be doing ARS for lead. And then finally, we have Alan Motter covering when an ARS does not require pre-approval and the process for submitting an ARS. Next slide. So the ARS guidance is set forth so remediation complies with the requirements set forth by N.J.A.C. 726D. Many different people will be using this guidance document, like LSRPs, environmental consultants, and environmental professionals. The main purpose of this document is to guide the investigator on how to develop an ARS for soil for the ingestion, dermal, and the inhalation exposure pathways based on site-specific exposure assumptions. The proposed ARSs must maintain the same human health-based goals in accordance with the Brownfield Contaminated Site Remediation Act. And the guidance will assist investigators in identifying when and how to calculate an ARS. Next slide. Last week, there were the remediation standards rule training, and that went over the ingestion, dermal, and inhalation pathways. So this upcoming part is kind of geared at refreshing what went into creating the soil remediation standards for those pathways. So the department developed default soil remediation standards based on residential and non-residential land use. Residential focuses on a child and adult, whereas the non-residential is the outdoor worker, so it's adult only. The standards are used to evaluate the current and potential future human exposure to contaminated soil through incidental ingestion dermal contact, which is your ingestion dermal exposure pathway, and the inhalation of airborne particulates and vapors in ambient air, which is your inhalation exposure pathway. A cancer risk of 1 × 10⁻⁶ and a hazard quotient of 1, which are mandated by the Brownfield Contaminated Site Remediation Act. The soil remediation standards use default exposure parameters for the residential and non-residential land use that are consistent with US EPA's Superfund program. The default parameters will not be changed except for the physical parameters, which are modified for the inhalation exposure pathway. Next slide. So the ingestion dermal exposure pathway, like I stated earlier, it's the incidental ingestion of contaminated soil or dust or contaminant absorption through skin. The residential land use exposure for carcinogens looks at both the child and adult, and the residential for non-carcinogenic contaminants looks at only the child. And then non-residential scenarios for both carcinogens and non-carcinogens only looks at the adult only, so the outdoor worker. Next slide. The inhalation exposure pathway examines the exposure to volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and particulates in ambient air. The default soil remediation standards assumes these exposure parameters for residential and non-residential. So this slide is just showing the difference between the two, residential versus non-residential. Next slide. So the input parameters used by the department are the same as those used by the US EPA Superfund program, except parameters used to model air dispersion and certain soil characteristics. So the table in this slide is just showing the differences between what the department uses versus what US EPA uses, and the reason for the difference is based on New Jersey specific data. Next slide. Great, thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Up next, we have Kevin Long from Terraphase to do this presentation. Kevin?
Thanks, Christina. My name is Kevin Long. I'm a principal consultant and risk assessor with Terraphase Engineering. In this portion of the training, what I'm going to cover is material and the guidance that pertains to when the development of an ARS for soil, specifically the ingestion-dermal and inhalation pathways, would be warranted. You can go to the next slide. So the recently adopted rule allows for the development of alternative remediation standards when current and reasonably expected future land use at the site differs from that which is assumed in the development of the default health-based values. In a similar manner, the rule also allows for the development of alternative remediation standards when the physical parameters are different from those assumed in the derivation of those same values. So you can keep in your minds that there's basically those two components or those two concepts that can be taken into consideration when thinking about whether to develop an alternative remediation standard for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation pathways. You can go to the next slide. So the default health-based values are actually based upon a concept that's referred to as reasonable maximum exposure. And as Chelsea just kind of walked through, to give you a little bit of a background on what those look like. But the concept of reasonable maximum exposure is really important and can be really helpful in thinking about when it makes sense to develop an alternative remediation standard or whether it makes sense. So understanding what reasonable maximum exposure, or what I'll refer to as RME, is, how it's defined, can be a really important tool when you're thinking about whether to develop an alternative remediation standard for soil. Next slide, please. So you can think of reasonable maximum exposure in the following ways. And I've got two quotes up here on the screen. One comes from a 2004 guidance document from EPA, and the other comes from the preamble from the National Contingency Plan. So the first quote says, "The highest exposure that is reasonably expected to occur at a site." And the second quote refers to exposure that results in an overall exposure estimate that is conservative, but within a realistic range of exposure. So what I hope you'll take away from this is that reasonable maximum exposure is supposed to be an estimate of exposure that is reasonable, conservative, but still realistic. We're not talking about worst case, we're not talking about maximum exposures. So if you keep those concepts or this definition in mind, it can be very helpful in thinking about developing your alternative remediation standards should you choose to do so. It can also be really helpful in understanding the parameters, the assumptions that were used in developing the defaults. You can go to the next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about land use and considerations for land use during the site investigation and remedial action decision-making process in this program. And as part of the program, obviously you'll be working through elements or portions of the process that provide you with opportunities to consider land use. That can include developing and then subsequently refining your conceptual site model, but it also can include your receptor evaluation. Those two elements of the process can be very helpful in thinking about whether land use at a particular site is consistent with the assumptions in the default health-based values, or whether it would potentially make sense to consider developing an alternative remediation standard to account for a land use that is different from those default assumptions. You go next slide. So the actual guidance accounts for four, or you can kind of think of it this way. There's sort of four different buckets or categories of potential land use that may result in reasonable maximum exposures that are actually less than, or less conservative than, or less significant than those assumed by the default soil remediation standards. That includes things like active recreation. Active recreation you can think of as sports playing fields, maybe playgrounds. Passive recreation, which would account for things like walking trails or areas used for cycling or maybe even hunting. Another category of land use that might warrant the development of an ARS is restricted access areas, and what's sort of envisioned with those types of areas are areas that are, for example, right-of-ways. Maybe it's an area that's used for utilities, natural gas pipelines or electrical lines. The way I like to think of it is areas that say, no trespassing. You may have no trespassing signs, or maybe they're fenced off. So restricted access areas is another example of a potential land use that might result in reasonable maximum exposures that are less than the default soil remediation standards. And then lastly, infrequent access areas. And you can think of these areas as areas like ecological preservation areas, maybe conservation areas. So this gives you some sense of the types of land use categories that were captured and considered in the development of the guidance and may make sense from the standpoint of considering the development of an ARS for a particular site. You can go to the next slide. So the rule also allows us to modify certain parameters, certain physical parameters, if the conditions at a particular site have been determined to be inconsistent with those assumed in the development of the default values. There are three specific physical parameters or conditions that are captured in the inhalation-based soil remediation standards. For example, if you have a site where you have identified an actual and characterized an actual finite depth of contamination, you know exactly what the depth is based on sampling, you can incorporate that into a calculation that modifies the inhalation-based values. Similarly, if you've got a site where you've got vegetative cover that's, say, greater than 50%, which is the assumption embedded in the development of the inhalation-based values, it may make sense to consider developing an ARS. And then lastly, if you've got a high organic carbon content, based again on characterization of your site, it might also warrant consideration for the development of an alternative remediation standard. Again, in the case of the defaults, the assumed fraction organic carbon is about 0.2%. Right, go to the next slide. So there's a couple of additional considerations that you might want to take into account for when thinking about whether to develop an alternative remediation standard. One, the development of an ARS may require you to establish institutional controls or maybe even engineering controls to ensure that the assumptions that were used in the development of those ARSs are maintained into the future. Similarly, if you're developing certain ARSs, and there'll be content later this morning that talks about this, some of the development requires pre-approval from the department. For example, the developing standards that account for alternative land uses does require pre-approval from the department. And then lastly, you may need to consider how your alternative remediation standards will be used when evaluating the significance of those concentrations. There are certain assumptions, for example, source area size, that are embedded in the development of these values that are then in turn used in evaluating the data that you get from your site. So for example, in the compliance attainment guidance, where there's the concept of functional areas, those areas are consistent with assumptions developed in the derivation of the soil remediation standards. And so if you develop an alternative remediation standard And if you have alternative assumptions, those considerations would be relevant in thinking about then evaluating the data in accordance with that guidance. You can go to the next slide. Another consideration is to recognize that you've got lots of different pathways that need to be considered. So when you develop an ARS, you have to not lose track of the fact that there are multiple values. So when we develop the default soil remediation standards, remember it's the lower of these two that will drive remedial action decision making. So you can go to the next slide. So if we think about the values that we would develop, say, for benzene. So what you see on your screen here are the actual default residential soil remediation standards for benzene, for ingestion-dermal pathway and the inhalation pathway. And as you can see here, the lower of these two, 2.2 milligrams per kilogram specifically, would drive remedial decision making. So if you go to the next slide. If you go through the process of developing an ARS, say for the inhalation pathway, and maybe you make a modification in terms of the actual depth of the contamination. Instead of assuming an infinite depth, you assume a finite depth of, say, 10 feet. And let's say that results in an ARS of 8.8. So the inhalation number has increased. But what you can't lose sight of is the fact that the ingestion-dermal number now is what would potentially drive decision making. So if you go to the next slide. In a way that's somewhat consistent with what I was just talking about, you also have to account for the fact that there are other exposure scenarios that are relevant in thinking about when to, the extent of potential remedial action. This includes migration to groundwater. This includes consideration for ecological exposures and even vapor intrusion exposure. Those three elements are not accounted for in the default soil remediation standards and would not be captured as part of your ARS process. So, before making a decision to go through the effort of developing an ARS, it would probably be warranted to consider these other exposure scenarios before launching into that effort. Next slide. And then lastly, the development of the health-based values and including development of alternative remediation standards for those health-based values, really does involve the application of risk assessment science. And there's a very broad guidance library for risk assessment science. And a big portion of those have been developed by EPA over several decades. So, one of the things that the guidance recommends is that investigators who are going through the process of developing alternative remediation standards work to be more experienced in the techniques and the methodologies of risk assessment, and work to have a decent understanding and have the ability to interpret and apply these guidance documents in a manner would be extremely helpful. There's a lot of useful information and tools that are captured in these documents that can be extremely valuable in the development of ARSs, in the justification and support for the development of ARSs. And so having a familiarity with these guidance documents and the content and their application would be very, very helpful. Next slide. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity. I hope you found this helpful, and I really do hope that you find the technical guidance manual that's been developed extremely helpful for your investigation and remedial action decision-making at sites in New Jersey. So, Lynn?
Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciate your hard work on this. And now we have Erika Snyder. There you go.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction, Lynn. My name is Erika Snyder. I'm with the department in the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. I'll be following up Kevin's talk and discussing the development of alternative remediation standards for soil for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathways. Next slide. As Swati mentioned earlier in her introduction, the Brownfield and Contaminated Site Remediation Act requires the department to consider site-specific factors in determining an alternative remediation standard for soil. What this means is the site in question may not meet the residential or non-residential default soil remediation standards established by the department. Your site may have site-specific reasons and usage that may necessitate the development of an alternative remediation standard for soil. Next slide. All right, so alternative remediation standard for soil options for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathways is specified in the remediation standards rule in appendices 6 and 7 for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathways. Details are also provided in the recently released alternative remediation standards technical guidance for soil for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathways. Next slide. All right, I'm first going to go over the options for the ingestion-dermal exposure pathway. There are two main options which are specified in the rule. The first is a site-specific alternative land use exposure scenario. Kevin touched upon this in his presentation. This is available for all contaminants of concern at the site. The other main option pertains to lead in the development of alternative remediation standards for soil. In regards to developing ARS for lead, there are a couple of options. The first being the alternative land use exposure scenario. The second being if you have site-specific bioavailability, bioaccessibility data for lead, you can apply that to develop an ARS at a residential, non-residential, or alternative land use site. In addition, for lead, there's the ability to use other scientific models or methods in the development of an ARS for soil. More details on option 2 will be coming from Mark Mataloni later on in this training. Next slide. As far as options for ARS for soil for the inhalation exposure pathway, there are also two main options for developing ARS for this pathway as well. The first being the development of a site-specific alternative land use exposure scenario where your particular site in question does not meet the residential or non-residential exposure assumptions, and you develop an ARS based on site-specific exposure assumptions. This again applies to all contaminants. Option 2 would be the modification of site-specific physical parameters to develop an ARS for soil for the inhalation pathway. And this can be done for all contaminants again. And adjustments include the depth range of contamination, soil organic carbon content, as well as fraction of vegetative cover. More details on option 2 will be provided by Alan Motter later on in this training. Next slide. All right, so some important things to consider if you're thinking about developing an ARS for soil. First, all ingestion-dermal ARS for soil require pre-approval from the department prior to use. So you want to make sure you provide sufficient time for the review and approval of your ARS application. In addition, for the inhalation exposure pathway, ARS for soil that are based on alternative land use, those do require pre-approval from the department. And lastly, ARS for soil for the inhalation exposure pathway that are based on site-specific physical parameters, those do not require pre-approval. And again, Alan Motter will go into more detail on this later on in the training. Next slide. All right, my next few slides are going to focus on alternative land use options. It's important to remember, if you decide to go this route, that an institutional control and a remedial action permit will be required to ensure that this alternative land use remains intact, or if it were to change, that the ARS that's associated with it remains protected, or it may need to be modified. Also, engineering controls may also be required. Next slide.
Okay, so we're going to have our first poll question for the morning. True or false, institutional controls and a remedial action permit are required for inhalation ARS based on alternative land use. A, true, or B, false? We're going to start the poll now, so you'll have a minute to answer the poll question. For people who are having issues trying to get the handout of Table 2, A link has been put in the chat so that you can access Table 2 for Lisa Boyce's presentation, which is coming up. So again, that link is in the chat if you can't access the handout through the Handouts tab. I've also posted the SurveyMonkey twice for the course evaluation already, and we'll continue to do that throughout the morning. And should probably just have a few more seconds. How much longer on the poll?
15 seconds.
Okay. So when the poll is over, Erika will resume the presentation. Okay, and next slide. And the answer for this poll question was A, true, or is A. All right, Erika, thanks.
Okay, moving along, I'm going to discuss those exposure factors that can be adjusted in the development of an ARS for soil. These adjustments that are permitted are also specified in Appendices 6 and 7 of the Remediation Standards Rule, as well as the ARS for soil guidance for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathways. So to start, for developing an ARS for soil based on an alternative land use for the ingestion-dermal exposure pathway, the exposure frequency may be adjusted, which is the number of days per year exposure is assumed to occur, and the exposure duration, which is the number of years. Again, as Kevin touched upon, when adjusting these exposure factors, you want to consider the reasonable maximum exposure of receptors at the site. For the inhalation exposure pathway, in addition to the exposure frequency and exposure duration, exposure time, which is the number of hours per day, may also be adjusted in the development of an ARS for soil. Exposure time is not applicable to the ingestion-dermal exposure pathway because exposure is evaluated as an event rather than occurring over a number of hours per day. Next slide. This slide is showing the exposure factors that cannot be changed in the development of an ARS for soil. Those include, when you're looking at the ingestion-dermal exposure pathway, you may not adjust the soil ingestion rate, the body weight, the skin surface area, the adherence factor, or the dermal absorption fraction. These adjustments are not considered to be site-specific adjustments by the department. Next slide. In relation to the inhalation exposure pathway, the following exposure factors related to meteorological inputs may not be adjusted. Just give you all a second to read those. All right, next slide. And this slide contains the soil parameters for the inhalation exposure pathway that cannot be changed when developing an ARS for soil. These are also all listed in the department's ARS for soil technical guidance for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathways, so you can refer back to that. Next slide. And this last slide lists the chemical properties that cannot be changed in the development of an ARS for soil for the inhalation exposure pathway. Again, these adjustments are not permitted because they're not considered to be site-specific adjustments. Next slide. And lastly, we touched upon this in last week's training, but I just wanted to mention again that cancer and non-cancer toxicity values cannot be changed through the ARS process. Instead, for contaminants that have no existing soil remediation standard, an interim soil remediation standard may be developed in accordance with subchapter 6 of the Remediation Standards Rule. For contaminants with an existing soil remediation standard that now has new toxicity information available, the soil remediation standard may be able to be updated in accordance with subchapter 7 of the Remediation Standards Rule. Next slide. The department, along with the adoption of the amendments to the Remediation Standards Rule and the release of these technical guidance documents, has released several calculators to calculate alternative remediation standards for soil. These calculators were made to be user-friendly and that site-specific parameters that may be adjusted to develop an ARS are unlocked, and the input parameters that may not be adjusted are kept locked in the calculators. The calculators do not include lead because the development of lead soil remediation standards is handled through blood lead modeling. Next slide. All right, so this is a screenshot from the Remediation Standards website. Unfortunately, it's just a snapshot. I'm not able to show you the whole website, but if you were to go about 2/3 down that page, that's where you can find all the calculators that the department has recently released. And where the red arrow is pointing are the calculators that I'm going to go over with everyone in the next few slides. The first one is the soil ingestion-dermal exposure pathway calculator. The second is the soil inhalation exposure pathway calculator. And the third, because it's special, is the extractable petroleum hydrocarbon ingestion-dermal exposure pathway calculator. First, I'm going to go over the soil ingestion-dermal exposure pathway calculator. So if you were to click on that link, next slide, it would take you to this main menu. And where the arrows are pointing, there are different buttons that'll take you into different calculators. The first, the child adult, this would be used to develop an ARS for soil at a, let's say, a recreational alternative land use, where you would expect to see both children and adults present. So a ball field or walking trails are some examples for that. The second button, adult recreational, would be used where you would not anticipate children and only adults at a recreational area. An example of this would be what Kevin touched upon, an infrequent use area that's isolated, pretty densely vegetated, not easily accessible, so you wouldn't be expecting children there. Receptors you'd more likely see would be perhaps a hunter or maybe a birder. And lastly, the adult worker button. This would be used for a non-residential site, but perhaps not one that meets the department's default exposure assumptions for the non-residential standards. It would be a restricted use scenario where your workers are only accessing the site, for example, a couple of days a week versus the standard 5 days a week, 225 days per year exposure assumptions. Next slide. So if you were to choose the child and adult button, it would take you to this calculator. So this calculator allows you to see both the default inputs for the residential soil remediation standard, as well as putting in modified inputs to develop an ARS. Starting at the top of the calculator, you would choose the contaminant you want to develop an ARS for soil for. So for this particular example, benzene was selected. And you need to do this for each contaminant of concern at your site that you're calculating ARS for soil for. So the boxes that are green are the inputs that can be changed, and the boxes that are yellow are the ones that cannot be changed. For this particular example, we are not changing the exposure duration to develop an ARS, but we're changing the exposure frequency, the number of days per year. The default exposure frequency for the residential soil remediation standard is 350 days. And for this alternative land use exposure scenario, just providing an example again, we're going to say 5 days per week for this recreational area because it's a ballpark, there's residences nearby. 5 days a week is considered reasonable maximum exposure for this site-specific scenario. So the frequency of 260 days per year has been selected. This changes the benzene soil remediation standard from the default of 3 milligrams per kilogram to the ARS value of 4.1 milligrams per kilogram, and it is based on the cancer health endpoint. This calculator, if toxicity information is available, looks at the cancer endpoint, the non-cancer endpoint, and chooses the lower of the two, or if the analytical reporting limit is higher, it will default to that. So all that's handled for you. Next slide. All right, so this is the calculator that would show up if you chose the adult outdoor worker button, and this would be used for perhaps a restricted use scenario. So in this particular example, the contaminant of concern again is benzene. The exposure duration is remaining at 25 years. That's the default exposure assumption. And the exposure frequency has been changed from 225 days a year to 104 days per year, which is assuming 2 days per week exposure for the outdoor worker. This changes the standard from a default of 16 milligrams per kilogram to 34 milligrams per kilogram for your ARS. Next slide. All right, this is moving along to the EPH, ingestion-dermal exposure pathway calculator, and there are calculations that you can do for both developing an ARS for category 1 and category 2 EPH. The difference between those two was discussed in last week's training. There's a lot of buttons, but again, since it's broken up between category 1 and category 2, that is why there's so many. But it's broken up similarly to the ingestion-dermal soil exposure pathway calculator that we just went over. You have your child recreational, adult recreational, and your adult outdoor worker. Next slide. All right, for this particular example, we are calculating an ARS for EPH category 1 using the child recreational calculator. So you'll probably notice that this calculator is a lot more simplified than the one I went over with you previously. And there's several reasons for this. The first being we are dealing specifically with EPH. The earlier calculator I showed is for all other contaminants. And the other main reason is the soil remediation standards for EPH are based off of non-cancer toxicity values, so only the non-carcinogenic equations are used. This changes quite a few of the input assumptions that you're putting in. When you're dealing with both cancer or non-cancer, there's a lot more inputs. The other thing you're probably noticing is the only adjustment you can make in this calculator, the green box, is for exposure frequency. There's no adjustment for exposure duration. And the reason for that is the non-carcinogenic equation has the exposure duration listed in both the numerator and the denominator of the equation, so it cancels out, and it would have no impact on what your resultant ARS for soil would be. Therefore, for the purposes of EPH, you're just adjusting the exposure frequency. So this first slide here is listing the default exposure frequency of 350 days per year, which results in the soil remediation standard, the residential soil remediation standard for category 1 EPH of 5,300 milligrams per kilogram. Next slide. In this particular example, the exposure frequency has been adjusted from 350 days per year to 100 days per year. And that has changed the standard for EPH category 1 from 5,300 to 19,000 milligrams per kilogram. Next slide. All right, and the final calculator I'll be going over with you in this presentation is the ARS for soil calculator for the inhalation exposure pathway. And I'll be focusing on examples where pre-approval is required. And those would be the alternative land use. Alan will be covering other examples later on in the training. Next slide. Okay, so for the development of ARS for soil for the inhalation exposure pathway, you have the residential button that you can select or the non-residential button that you can select. You should be using the residential calculator when you're developing ARS for soil for a recreational site or an infrequent use site. The inhalation pathway calculator, the difference between res and non-res is the lot size that's being used to calculate the Q over C, also known as the flux. So you use the residential for recreational alternative land use scenarios. The non-residential calculator would be used for a restricted use situation at a non-residential site where the exposure assumptions are more or less than they are for the non-residential soil remediation standard. So for this particular example, naphthalene has been selected as the contaminant of concern that's at the top of the calculator. Again, those boxes that are yellow cannot be changed. Those that are green can be changed. Everything on the left-hand side of the calculator are exposure factors that you would adjust for an alternative land use exposure scenario. And all of those do require pre-approval. The green boxes on the right side that you can adjust, those would be physical parameters that you would be adjusting, and those do not require pre-approval, and Alan will go into more detail on those later on in the training. So this slide is listing the default exposure factors for the residential soil remediation standard for naphthalene. You have 350 days per year exposure frequency, 26 years for your exposure duration, and an exposure time of 24 hours a day for your resultant soil remediation standard of 5.7 milligrams per kilogram. Next slide. If you were to adjust that, say for a recreational exposure scenario, the exposure frequency has been adjusted in this case from 350 days per year to 200 days per year. The exposure duration has also been changed from 26 years to 20 years. And the exposure time has been adjusted from 24 hours a day to 3 hours a day. This has changed the remediation standard for this specific site for naphthalene from 5.7 milligrams per kilogram to 100 milligrams per kilogram. Next slide. If you have any questions on the calculators or questions on developing an ARS or questions about a reasonable maximum exposure for your specific site, feel free to reach out to the department. Both myself and Alan Motter are listed as the department contacts for the development of ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathway standards. In addition, you can set up a technical consultation with the department if you have any questions. And while on the topic of technical consultations, I do want to point out that as specified in the Remediation Standards rule, if you are looking to develop an ARS for soil for lead, a technical consultation is required with the department before submittal of your application. The reason for that is development of an ARS for lead is more complicated, and it really does necessitate the need to have a discussion between the department and the LSRP and the risk assessor or consultant that they're using to develop the ARS for soil to get everything hashed out and find out what the appropriate plan moving forward should be. Next slide. All right, that's it from me, and I believe we're going to be accepting questions right now.
Yes, we are. So I'm going to start. I have some questions flagged. The first one is, want to make sure that site-specific physical parameters can only be used to calculate ARS for the inhalation pathway.
That is correct. That can only be done for the inhalation exposure pathway.
Okay. If NA is indicated for a given standard, when are you, quote unquote, required to develop an interim standard?
I'm not entirely sure what they're referring to by NA, not applicable. But if they're referring to, I know we have this in the remediation standards rule in some of the tables, and there can be reasons for that. It may not be applicable because it's the calculated health-based value is over 1 million parts per million. If that's the case, then a standard does not have to be developed. It also may say not applicable because there's not toxicity information available to calculate a standard. But if you have any questions on this, I strongly suggest you reach out to the department and we can answer that question specifically and how it pertains to your site in question.
Okay. Are factors such as existing cover and or engineering controls used in an ARS calculation? And if not, why?
I may need Alan Motter to step in on this one if he's able to.
Hi, so the question's regarding engineering controls.
Yes, it says, are factors such as existing cover and or engineering controls used in an ARS calculation? And if not, why?
Okay, so engineering controls are a means to comply as opposed to change the standard. Now, that being said, if you have, and I will cover this in the later talk, if you have a certain amount of clean material above your contamination, that can be used to calculate an ARS for the inhalation pathway. However, engineering controls and institutional controls are a means of complying as opposed to altering the standard.
Okay. What is the pre-approval process for ARS, and what is the expected turnaround time to receive approval?
So we are going to discuss the submittal of an ARS application, but it's a site-specific question. It depends how many contaminants you're looking at, how many adjustments you're going to be making. Is lead involved? Lead can make that process take longer. I do want to point that out. Sometimes it can be straightforward, but in more complicated ARS requests, we may need to get the EPA technical review work group for lead involved. And in those cases, that'll add on a couple of months for the review time for lead specifically.
I'll just point out, and I'll be going over submittal later, but if the forms are filled out correctly and submitted, the ARS should be given directly to either Erika or I to review, so there is no time lag by going to BIR first and then coming to us. It should go straight from BCANE to us for review, so that helps with the time situation.
Okay, are we required to develop an ARS for ticks if identified?
So, a couple things come into play. If ticks are identified, the first question we would ask is, is this associated with a discharge, and is it driving remediation at your site? Those would be the first questions. If you answer yes, the next set of questions would be, do we have toxicity information in which we can develop standards? If we don't have toxicity information, we may not be able to develop standards for those particular ticks.
Okay. Are the variables such as hours per day or days per year automatically input based on population?
So when you're developing an ARS for soil for your site, this is a site-specific determination. It's not something where you're going to take a general population number and go off of that. You need to look at the current and future usage of the site. You need to take things into account as the type of receptors that are going to be using your site, and you need to take all different types of receptors into account. You also need to consider, are there residences nearby? Is this site easily accessible? Is it not accessible? Again, it's site specific.
Right, again, RME, keep that in mind, reasonable maximum exposure.
Okay. When a recreational setting is being evaluated, can you discuss how expansive surface water would affect the concepts? For example, lakes, reservoirs in a state park.
I'm not sure I understand this question, but I can say, in regards to surface water, you need to consider for the surface water quality standards, which we consider to be remediation standards for surface water. And as far as recreational scenarios involving water bodies, we can develop ARS for soil, and how we typically look at this is, is there swimming going involved? Will people be wading? And of most interest for us for the development of ARS for soil is that portion of soil that's upland. It can be saturated at certain times, but it can be dry at others. And that's the particular area of interest for us as far as the determination of ARS for soil. And you can develop a site-specific ARS for those areas.
Okay. Hopefully that answered that. I noted that that the EPH Category 1 ARS you calculated exceeded the default LNAPL limit. Sorry, I'm trying to get the pause correct. What, if any, is the relationship between alternative EPH standards and default LNAPL limits?
Right. I am going to have to request Nicole Collegian or Bill Karp step in for this. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, they're not related. So you're always going to want to be cognizant of default, alternative, or ceiling limit, whatever applicable for product limit.
Okay. Excuse me for a second while I continue. How do we handle if imported material exceeds inhalation standards?
Well, depends on the importation. If you're importing it as clean fill, it should not be exceeding any standards. If you're importing it as like on like, then you would follow that policy. And you would still need, engineering and institutional controls.
Okay. Will DEP assist in RME development?
We can definitely be on hand to help out. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the person
that was
asked,
part of the technical consultation process.
okay, and then they asked for a list of example scenarios, and I don't know if you want to do that in this format.
No, I'm not going to do that because it really is a site-specific determination. We're not going, as we do for the residential and non-residential standards, there are not default exposure factors for alternative land use, whether it be active, recreational, passive, recreational, infrequent use, restricted. It really is a site-specific determination.
However, we do have some examples in our guidance document, and Lisa will be going over some of those,
Okay.
just as examples.
But again, I want to point out they're examples. They're not default.
If a remediation will have a conservation easement placed upon it, does it require a deed notice and RAP to permit an institutional control?
Yes.
Okay, the rest of the questions are pretty specific. So I'm going to stop questions now. Lynn, if you'd like to come on.
Yep, I am here. So I want to thank Erika and for all of your help in your presentation here, and Alan and all the other people who helped, and Christina for going through all that, and take this opportunity to introduce Lisa Boyce again. Next slide.
I just wanted to take a second. We've talked a lot about reasonable maximum exposure and the fact that the ARS are very site-specific in terms of exposure parameters. I'll remind people again that getting help from a risk assessor is probably helpful for this. If you're going for an ARS, it means that you've got a fairly specific situation at your site, and risk assessors are available to help develop those things for you, so you don't overwhelm Alan and Erika. That's just my pitch, since you're supposed to stay in your area of knowledge under the rules. Another thing that was mentioned a couple times, Table 2 is in the guidance document, and it's basically the results of some examples of what happens, what the outputs are from the calculator, from the ARS calculator. Again, they're examples only, they're not defaults. And the table is too big, so the dear people at DEP were nice enough to provide the handout so you don't have to squint and try to figure out what I'm talking about later. It's no great mystery, it's just outputs from the calculator. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we're going to talk about alternative land uses. This has been referred to in a couple presentations already. I'm hoping we can basically really clarify some of this. ARS for soil require prior approval by the department, and we're basically looking at exposure factors for soil and therefore alternative land uses. The ultimate alternative land use, and why it's here, is for the crabs that we get in New Jersey every year, and the horseshoe crabs, and that is basically where they close off the beaches so they can do their thing. And that's why I have this picture up here in case anybody's wondering, because I know that they they do have very specific timeframes and very specific restrictions in those areas during those times. So that would be one example of a fairly extreme restricted access scenario for this. On the opposite end of the spectrum, and again, because people have been talking about RME in different scenarios, in a past life when I was working for North Carolina Department of Environmental Protection, we had drying beds for sewage that I would get to inspect sometimes. And, there's workers that are working on those drying beds, and, they have to maintain them and they have to clean them out. And that would be kind of a really extreme ARS, if you will, in terms of their inhalation and their process, and they would probably need OSHA help for that. But again, there's a very wide spectrum here, which again, we want to emphasize for everybody that it's not, one or the other. There's a lot of thought process that has to go into the individual sites and scenarios involved. Next slide, please. Okay. Again, we've talked a little bit about this, but I'm going to get into more detail. Anything other than residential and non-residential land use, which are the defaults, could be considered under an ARS. This includes active recreational use, which would be a playing field, like a softball field, playgrounds where people are, hitting the dirt, basically coming off of a slide. Passive recreational use, which is, land used for trails, for walking, cycling, but normal bikes and hunting. Restricted access areas, like I mentioned, during the horseshoe crab season, but also, well, I'm sorry, that would be an infrequent access area. Restricted access would be in a controlled right-of-way for utility repair is the one thing that, we really thought might be applicable here. There's probably others that we could think about. And infrequent access areas, like I mentioned, would be for ecological preservation, so areas that are off limits largely so we can reestablish a population, some animal or some plant, and conservation areas where they, for instance, you would need a permit to go in there or whatever. So there's not a lot of use of that area. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to go into these in more detail. Active recreational would include sports playing fields, like I said, playgrounds, where they allow use of motorcycle and all-terrain vehicles, because those kick up dust, and that would be something you would have to consider closely in your inhalation pathway. I actually did a risk assessment for this. It was out west, it was in Colorado, but it was for a mining site where they had high levels of lead in the soil, and they had opened it up as an ATV trail. And the difference between the risks involved with the people on the ATVs and the people hiking that weren't there during times of ATVs was pretty amazing. It was orders of magnitude difference. So it is something you need to consider. We expect that there will be direct contact with surface soil in these scenarios, whether you're breathing it in or you're sliding to home base, whatever it is, we expect that there will be direct contact with surface soil. So obviously that would, make it a greater exposure. And we also expect that there would be disturbance of surface soil, which would kick things up in dust and make it a greater exposure. Next slide, please. Okay. For active recreational, it's possible that it could be limited to certain times of the year, like softball season, and the time spent may vary with the activity. It depends on how much practice. It depends on how many games you have, all those kind of things. And again, it's just an example of the kind of very specific exposure parameters you need to consider. And we go through that a lot in the guidance, how to find information and just basically trying to figure this out, because you do have to consider all potential activities. I'll get into it a little bit more. It's not just, kids show up at a field. It's people have to maintain the field, and there's, people who have to get rid of all the garbage in the field, and people have to groom the field, and all kinds of other things. And there's parents, and there's little brothers and sisters. All those things and all the activities that those people could be doing need to be considered for something like this. Okay. We expect the surface soil exposure to be greater here than for other land uses, again, because you're going to be in contact with the dirt or kicking up dust. Again, including motorcycle, mountain biking, not regular biking. This would be like mountain biking would be considered here because the mountain bikes have a different, we actually did research on this, and the mountain bikes actually do kick up a lot more dirt because of the way they're made. And ATV use, again, you get the inhalation from those kind of motorized or mountain biking kind of activities. You do have to evaluate these on an on-site or AOC specific basis, and a technical consultation is advised so you don't go down a path that is not going to be sustainable for you. Next slide. Okay. When determining the reasonable maximum exposure for an active recreational land use, potential exposure assumptions that you need to look at would be the age groups that would be engaged in activities. And again, you have adult coaches, you may have a 10-year-old player, you may have a 2-year-old little brother or sister who's down on a blanket on the ground and who may be eating dirt. Who knows? It's something you need to consider. How much time they might spend there. Again, I mentioned younger siblings. And if the coaches are there for practice, if the coaches are there for games, if they spend some other time there or not. If they're spectators, and again, they would likely be less exposed, but you need to consider if they're spectators or not. And again, the maintenance workers may very well be your most exposed individuals. So you need to consider what they're doing, and you can get, site-specific information on whoever owns the field on how those are maintained and how many hours, people spend trying to maintain them out there. So you can get that information from a town or from the school board or whatever. So you need to consider the exposure for the maintenance workers too, because again, they may be the most sensitive. They may be the most exposed, not necessarily the most sensitive, but the most exposed individuals. Next slide. Okay, passive recreational is on lands and trails for walking, cycling, again, not mountain biking, and hunting. In largely undeveloped or environmentally sensitive areas, and again, it's non-motorized activity. People would be passing through, taking a walk on a trail with little time spent in one specific place. So if there's, a contamination spot, they won't be in contact with it for all that long, but you need to consider it. And there's expected to be limited disturbance of the soil during the activities, and direct soil contact is expected to be minimal. So this is a lower exposure scenario than active recreational would be. Next slide. Okay. We expect activities to occur throughout the year because there's no season for taking a hike. People walk in the winter, people walk in the summer, all year long pretty much. So all the activities that could occur there, I mean, imagine you're walking in a park and there's somebody jogging past you and they may be kicking up a little dust, or there's somebody, just taking a bike past you while you're taking a walk. You need to consider all those things in developing your reasonable maximum exposure analysis for the alternate remedial standard. And these should be site or AOC specific. It can't be just a broad, oh, I'm in this park. There may be different areas of the park and there may be different activities. And also you need to consider that there may be both children and adults using the area. It depends on what's going on. I mean, if it's a really steep hiking trail, then it's likely that, you wouldn't get as many children, or you may not get any children, depending on how bad it is. And you need to consider those things when you're developing your RME and whether you need to consider both child and adult exposures. Next slide, please. Okay. Again, you need to look at the expected age groups using the area, the time each age group would spend there, whether there's other children that might be present, and also if there's maintenance workers. Because again, if you have a trail, you have maintenance workers, they may be putting down rocks, they may be putting down soil, they may be filling in, ditches, or, getting rid of rocks that are sticking up that make people trip. So again, they may be the most exposed receptor, and you need to consider all of the people that might be there when you do this. Next slide. Okay, restricted access is largely, and Erika referred to this, restricted access would be largely considered a worker scenario. We looked at it in terms of right-of-way to inspect and repair utilities. Some of the activities involved in that, they may have to clear land, they may install, upgrade, and repair utilities. For a large part of the maintenance activity, we would expect minimal direct contact with surface and subsurface soil. But for some activity, I mean, if you're installing poles or you're doing something else that requires construction, there could be an increase in dermal contact with soil. So you need to consider your actual activity in the area in order to determine an ARS. There's likely to be a small group of workers throughout the year. So again, you know, there may be some seasonal issues, but we were considering this as a, you know, over an annual time period. And also it's going to be site or AOC specific, and you have to look at all the potential activities, and those are going to be specific to the site, specific to the kind of restricted access area that it is. It could be a few different things. It's not necessarily just utility right-of-ways, but that was the one that we felt was most appropriate for this category. And it's, again, we don't want to give a laundry list because we want people to consider what their actual site specifics are in developing ARS. Next slide, please. Okay. Again, you have to look at the reasonable maximum exposure for your restricted access scenario. How many days, how many hours per week the worker spends within the area. If the area is owned by a single entity, i.e. they have better control, it limits contact with the area to while working with the utility. Again, it's a matter of, do you have no trespassing signs up, or is it actually fenced off? I mean, those two things obviously would limit your exposure, limit your contact time. And, you know, are others able to enter the restricted access area? And at that point, you would have to consider, you know, if there's trespassers, if, you know, somebody uses it as a shortcut to get to and from the elementary school, let's hope that's not happening. You would have to look at those things and consider those options when you do ARS for restricted access areas. Next slide. Okay. The last category on alternative land use that's considered in the guidance is infrequent access areas. We talked about ecological preservation and the horseshoe crabs. There are some other areas in the state that are conservation areas. I know, you know, in my local area, there's conservation areas that are fenced off to, you know, prevent deer from getting in them, to allow vegetation to return. There's other kinds of conservation areas all over the place on dunes, a lot of different kinds of things like that. There's other areas that, you know, in a park or in a wildlife management area where the activities involve observing nature, whether it's bird watching, and then there's potential for hunting if permitted in that area, and hunting is considered infrequent access activity as well. It assumes people walk into the area, they remain in one place for a longer period of time. They're not relocating, they're not walking through, they're basically going to an observation point, or they're going to a hunting blind, and they're staying in that spot to do what they want to do, and then they leave. We're not expecting a major disturbance of soil. Somebody may clear a small area exposing surface soil. If that's happening, you need to consider it. But for most of these activities, we don't expect a really large soil contact. Again, so basically you're limiting your exposure in these areas. Next slide. Okay. Again, this could be limited to certain times of the year. You know, bird species migrate through at specific times, and that's when bird watching is most prevalent. The length of time spent may vary greatly depending on the activity. Again, a bird watcher versus a hunter is going to spend different amounts of time doing these activities, and you can get estimates of those. We count these things. And also, again, like all the other alternative land uses, you have to consider all the activities that could occur. If there's bird watching and hunting in the area, you need to consider what those people, both of those populations, are doing when you develop the ARS for an infrequent access area. Next slide. Okay. We're getting to table 2. You can pull out your handout for table 2. Thank you guys for providing that. Table 2 includes ARSs for soil for 6 alternative land use examples compared to the default residential non-res soil remediation standards. And basically it's to show you how different activities and alternative land use can affect exposure, which obviously reflects what the remedial standards would be. These are not the only possible scenarios, as I mentioned. You know, it could be that it's an off-limits area. It could be that it could be a drying bed. There's a lot of things in between. But it gives the more common ones, in my estimation. But one thing, and I think we all should repeat this in our heads about 1,000 times, these are not default ARS for soil values. There are no default ARS for soil values. They all have to be developed on a site and AOC specific basis, based on the site, based on the activities that are occurring on the site, and based on the populations that are exposed. Okay, next slide. Please. Okay. Table 2 provides the values that are derived using the DEP calculator that Erika discussed, and we're going to talk about more later. It includes ingestion-dermal and inhalation values with the reporting limit and background level, because those could also be the basis for an ARS or an SRS. Health risk-based values may be derived for all contaminants. And again, I'm just going to repeat it. These are not default ARS values. Do not go to table 2 and pick a number off the chart, because that's not what that chart's about. It's basically to give you an idea of what you can expect before you go down this road, and also to give you examples to work off of so you know how accurate you are when you do these calculations for yourself. Okay, next slide. And this is why you have the handout, is because you can't possibly read this. But you'll notice across the top it says chemical cast number, default value, and then there's the different active recreation potential scenarios, passive recreation, restricted access, and infrequent access areas. I can read that part. Don't know if I can read much more of this, but it basically gives you all those categories and numbers for all the chemicals. So you can work from that. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to go through just a few examples of how the Table 2 calculated results vary and what drives those things, so you understand that why this is so site-specific, because different chemicals and different exposure pathways will change these numbers. So you really need to know what's going on at your site or in your AOC even. Okay. For arsenic, as everybody knows, the default is based on a statewide background of 19 milligrams per kilogram in soil. That's naturally occurring, at least in some parts of the state. And it can be lower, the exposure can be lower in restricted and infrequent access scenarios, which will increase the ARS. Lower exposure equals a higher ARS. So a utility worker shows up for arsenic as 40 milligrams per kilogram would be the remedial standard that you could consider from Table 2, again, in an infrequent access scenario. Okay, next slide. Please. Okay, for benzene, which we've talked a little bit about already, for the default, the inhalation exposure pathway is the driver for benzene. Benzene is volatile, benzene gets in your lungs, benzene causes cancer. So the fact that inhalation is the driver is not a big surprise. The alternative land use results in an ingestion-dermal exposure pathway as the driver for 4 of the 6 scenarios, ARS scenarios that are in Table 2. That's because there's similar toxicity values for the 2 exposure pathways, and the benzene residential SRS is 2.2, and the ingestion-dermal is 3 milligrams per kilogram. So in the scenarios where hours per day were adjusted, which is the active and passive recreation, ingestion-dermal becomes the driver. However, where hours and days were not adjusted, which were restricted and infrequent access scenarios, inhalation remains the driver. Okay, so basically benzene, the values for benzene change based on the exposure time. When you reduce the exposure, when you reduce the exposure time versus the defaults, ingestion and dermal becomes the driver because the numbers are so close together. Okay, so again, it's a fine balancing act on this, and you have to look at those kind of things like a toxicity value, not just exposure, when you're trying to figure out what this will do for your numbers. Next slide, please. Okay, benzoate-pyrene, which is the PAH surrogate, if you will, and which everybody hates from everything I've heard. The ARS examples are slightly higher than the soil remediation standards for most of the land use scenarios in Table 2. the ingestion, dermal, and inhalation values for the restricted and infrequent use scenarios, again, with lower exposure, using the calculator examples, are notably higher than the soil remediation standards at the default. So you limit exposure, you get higher criteria. Like the soil remediation standards, the ARS examples are driven by the ingestion-dermal pathway, which are orders of magnitude lower than for inhalation. And again, that's because there's a lot more toxicity involved with ingestion and dermal than there is with inhalation for benzpyrene, which is only partially volatile. It's semi-volatile, I'm sorry, not partially. And so that's, again, you look at the contaminants, you look at their properties, you look at their toxicity, you look at exposure, and all these things go together in the calculator, and that's what gets you your numbers. So you have to be aware of a lot of different kinds of information. And you shouldn't really assume anything. You should run the calculator and see what happens for your site, your AOC. Next slide, please. Okay, well, thank you everybody for listening, and I look forward to watching everybody get through the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. All right, we would like to welcome Mark Mataloni for our next presentation.
Thank you, Christina. So this is the alternate remediation standards for soil-borne lead. I'm Mark Mataloni. I'm a toxicologist working for Cardinal ChemRisk, an environmental consulting company. But prior to joining ChemRisk 3 years ago, I spent the previous 27 at EPA Region 2 doing a lot of lead risk assessment. So I think for your presentation pairing here, you got a good fit. The child here in the picture has lots of soil on their hands, but we're not worried about transdermal absorption of soil-borne lead. The species of lead that are typically in soil just do not go through the skin very well, so we're not going to have to worry about dermal as part of the ingestion pathway. And there's thankfully very little lead in the air. Unless you're sandblasting a bridge right now, you're probably not going to have a lot of inhalation exposure. So the remediations for standards for lead are going to be driven by when that child puts their hands in their mouth, so the ingestion of soil. Next slide. Lead, I think it's been already noted in previous presentations, has a unique assessment. Although it is classified as a Group B carcinogen by EPA, it's the non-cancer effects that drive the cleanup goals, the neurocognitive effects in kids. And even though we have this non-cancer effect, we don't use this traditional approach of establishing a reference dose, which is a threshold for effects, and then adding safety factors. And that's because there's no discernible threshold of exposure for neurocognitive effects. And CDC in 2012 stated as much, saying there's no measured blood lead that's not associated with IQ deficits. So we've taken to doing biokinetic modeling as the approach for assessing lead. And what we do is look at all the exposures and come up with a predicted blood lead level, and then based on what your target blood lead level is, it'll determine what your cleanup goals are. And there is a policy position for establishing a target blood lead level. It's a moving target. It over the last 50 years has obviously been gradually decreasing, but I will speak more to that as we go along. But the main workhorse of biokinetic models for lead in children and adults, as I'll show, is, well, for the children, it's the integrated exposure uptake biokinetic model for lead in children. And there's a link to EPA's website, which has all sorts of useful information, software, and user's guide. Now, we also have, next slide, please. In situations where, where you're looking at kids, you're in effect usually looking at residential scenarios. For a situation where you have a non-residential scenario and adult exposures are the target group. We have also EPA developed what's called the adult lead model, which uses simplified biokinetics instead of all these individual partitioning coefficients between body compartments. We just use a single biokinetic slope factor and base the exposure on that. But similar to what's done in children, ultimately we're protecting children or soon-to-be children. We're protecting the fetus, a pregnant woman. So the women of childbearing age become the target population when assessing non-residential adult exposures. And just for completeness, I've added EPA's all ages lead model, which is still in beta testing. But this, I would call this like the Mercedes of models. It does a lot of things, but it's complicated, and that's why it's taken so long to get into mainstream use. But it models the entire lifetime from from in utero right through end of life. What is really handy that unlike the IEUBK and the adult lead model, which are pseudo steady state models, and I'll speak to that in a moment. The all age is a little more nimble. It could model acute, intermittent, and episodic exposures. Now, I'll just provide a caveat. I don't know that we know really how to interpret what someone being exposed for a week or so of an elevated blood lead means toxicologically, but from a kinetic standpoint, we could do this modeling. And just end that I don't think DEP is going to be expecting anyone to trot out the all ages model when they come in with a alternate remediation standard. So it's not quite ready for prime time, is how I would describe that. Next slide, please. All right, so this has been said more than once because I've been listening. It is required that you consult with NJDEP if you are, entertaining or proposing an alternative remediation standard for lead. And there's a link for that consultation showing my, I guess, EPA centricity. I've also included some these are additional resources, and one would be the EPA Technical Review Work Group member, the local one for Region 2. That's my colleague Julie McPherson, so you can always contact her if you want more information on the actual lead modeling. Or you could, EPA has a lead model hotline, and it's pretty good. The numbers there, they actually answer the phone. But I want to emphasize that these are additional resources. You ultimately have to work with NJDEP in order to come up with a suitable alternative remediation standard. So you can't be shopping around with other agencies to come up with different numbers. Okay. Next. So currently, the DEP has standard soil remediation standard for residential 400 parts per million and for non-residential 800 parts per million. And these are both based on a target blood lead of 10 micrograms per deciliter. Now, in time, that will likely go down as it has in the past, but for the purposes of this remediation training, that's the target blood lead in place at this present time. And I would just note that that's my colleague Joshua Cheng from Brooklyn College, not quite in field attire, but we were doing a soil shop, which is a community soil sampling, and this is in Newburgh, New York, and Josh has the portable XRF there. We just decided, let's see what the lead concentration is at the venue where we're at. And one thing, when he was done shooting that sample, I asked him to move down under the window, which had many layers of lead, weathered paint. And this armory was built in 1931, and it was. I'm sure you're not the least bit surprised that when he shot a sample under the window, it came out considerably higher in lead concentration. Next. This is the nuts and bolts of EPA's IEUBK lead model. So you have E, the exposure on the top, the uptake, the absorption, and then all the biokinetics, the transfer between body compartments. And we'll see that there is an opportunity to make an adjustment to the exposure and to the uptake components, but the biokinetic components are set. There's no reason why you would, or to say, well, let's change the partitioning coefficient between any of the various body compartments there. And just as an example, next slide, you can see that one of the parameters in using the model, both the IEUBK and the adult lead, is the maternal neonatal ratio of blood lead concentrations between the maternal and fetal blood compartments, and that's set at 0.9 based on a lot of research. And there's no reason why obviously that would change on a site-specific basis. Looking at the geometric standard deviation, that's also based on a lot of studies that looked at similarly exposed children and the variability around the the geometric mean blood lead that the models predict. And while that GSD may shift a little from one population to another, in order to come up with a site-specific value, you'd have to do this big epidemiology study to justify changing it, and it probably wouldn't change much. So the bottom line is, don't be looking to change the GSD when you're doing your lead modeling. The same could be said for the MSD, which is the mass fraction of soil in dust, and that's important because both, as we'll see, total soil ingestion is actually broken down into soil and interior dust. And while most sites, it's easy to get soil samples, because of their accessibility, but going indoors to get indoor dust is more challenging. So in the absence of having a dust sample, we assign a value of 70% plus 10 parts per million of the outdoor soil sample to indoor dust. And rather than trying to change that fraction, what you would do, what you should do, and if you could do, is actually go in and get the interior dust samples. And then that could be input directly into the model, and you wouldn't have to use this default MSD. Because the total soil ingestion is actually split almost evenly. Actually, favors dust slightly. 55% of the total, what we call soil ingestion, is from dust. So it's an important factor. And one of the things I would strongly urge is trying to get, to the extent you can, indoor dust samples. It was already mentioned that I would say anyone that's in the risk assessment business knows the challenges in trying to estimate soil ingestion rates. And it's in flux. EPA is in the process of trying to revise some of the default values in the IEUBK model. But what they are doing is it's a package deal. So it's not any one specific value that you would change. There's also changes in dietary and water ingestion and the target blood lead. So, and this was also mentioned earlier, I think, by Kevin, that this is not, this is not one of the parameters, or maybe it was Erika, that is adjustable anyway. So it's moved for the purposes of ARS adjustment. And New Jersey DEP is recommending using the existing version 1.1 model of the UBK model. Next.
I'm here to just tell you where we need to move faster. So for the
okay, all right. Well, you should have told that to Lisa too. I think she went longer. Okay, well, I'll try to speed it up a little. So what is adjustable? Well, the models are pseudo steady state, and so that means that you have to attain a steady state lead concentration. And so there's two conditions for that. You have to have a minimum exposure duration of 3 months, which is based on the half-life of lead, and a minimum exposure frequency of at least once a week in order to maintain minimum vacillations in the steady state. So once you've attained at least 3 months of exposure and a minimum of 1 day a week frequency, you've established a steady state. But the model default assumes exposure every day. So if you have a situation where it's less than everyday exposure, say it's a child care center where they're only there during the weekdays, 5 days out of 7, that would be the adjustment that you would make on your soil ingestion rate. Or if you had a recreational scenario where the child's only there 1 day a week, it would be 1/7 the soil ingestion rate that is assumed in default mode. So it could have a pretty significant impact on cleanup goals. The other one is what we call bioaccessibility, bioavailability, the absorption of lead from soil. It is set at 30% for residential and 12% for non-residential, adults being less efficient absorbers, but you could adjust that. It used to be back in the day, you'd have to do an animal bioassay, which is very cumbersome, but now EPA has a validated in vitro extraction test, which is pretty simplified, but it could cut both ways. So what you're measuring is the relative absorption of your soil-borne lead to water, and the default is 60%, and so it could go down or up. So just be cognizant of that could wind up either increasing or decreasing cleanup values. And I will end on a note that bioavailability is hardly the subject of levity, but this is my attempt at it. And final slide. Okay, so here's the sheriff confronting an outlaw. He says, "Don't move, or I'll fill you full of lead." To which the savvy outlaw responds, I happen to know that the lead in bullets is in the metallic form. This chemical form of lead has an intrinsically low bioavailability and toxicity." To which the sheriff responds, "Yes, but ERP et al. Have recently reported that the gunpowder-assisted acceleration of this form of lead to 1,000 feet per second substantially enhances its ability to penetrate biological membranes, effectively making it a whole lot more toxic." "I don't believe I've read that paper," replies the bandit. So anyway, I think on that, it was my final slide, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mark, and we will now be taking some questions. There are a bunch that are here. Lisa, please come back because some of these may be for you. The first question I have is, can paved parking areas be considered one of the infrequent use areas under the 4 land use scenarios?
Parking lots? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, because I lost my camera again. I would love for Alan or Erika to answer that because I don't believe that was one of the alternative land uses that was considered for the ARS.
Yeah, hi, I'm jumping on here.
Yeah,
paved parking lots, is that what was, I just want to make sure I heard correctly.
Paved parking lots, yes.
I mean, it's really difficult to give an answer because one of the things I think of when I hear paved parking lot is, is that an engineering control? Are we addressing contaminated soils through the parking lot?
And the short answer would be no. The parking lot would be a part of whatever the overall site is. So if your overall site is an infrequent access area and there's a paved parking lot for people to park there and go into the area, they would be part of that. If your paved parking lot is part of a active recreational area, then it's active recreational, and the pavement would just be an engineering control.
Thank you. For land use with infrequent access, would you have to modify ARS if land naturally changes, such as vegetative cover destroyed by fire?
Our bigger concern would be if the land use was to change. So say this fire happened and, decimated the area, and then all of a sudden they decide to build a shopping center there. That would be of concern, and the ARS would have to be reevaluated. But, there is, as part of the institutional controls and the remedial action permit, there is the buy cert process. You're ensuring that the protectiveness remains in place. So you would evaluate it and ensure that the use is what it was intended to be and what the ARS for soil was originally based upon.
Okay, thank you. Please provide clarity re-hunting or birding as passive recreation versus infrequent use. In other risk assessments I have seen both by EPA, both of those are considered passive recreation. Please provide criteria for deciding which is applicable.
Okay, again, this is a site-specific determination. That's why we kept trying to use prefacing everything with that. It really depends on the use of the site. How accessible is it? As Lisa touched upon in her presentation, is there a fence around it restricting access? Is it extremely densely vegetated? Like my husband, for example, is a hunter, and he hunts in very, very dense vegetation and brings home tons of ticks to our family, which I really appreciate. But it's all site specific. I can't give a straightforward answer that if you have a hunter, you're going to go passive or you're going to go infrequent. It depends on the usage of the site.
Yeah, in fact, in our guidance document, we actually cite an Audubon study on birding, and if the area is adjacent to residential areas, the frequency is substantially, like almost, I think it's over an order of magnitude higher use than if it's a remote area. So you really have to look at what your scenario is. So if it's, right adjacent to a residential area or a school or something of that nature, it's probably not going to be an infrequent access area. But if it's a remote area that is being preserved and people are only going to go there a couple of times a year, then that would be infrequent access.
I appreciate you guys answering the policy questions from a strict calculation standpoint. It's kind of like a distinction without a difference, because you have to look at your RME, you would have to look at your exposure duration, you would have to look at the chemicals. So the process would be the same no matter what, between those two. So the numbers probably wouldn't, the numbers don't change. It's just a matter of how you categorize it. And, as somebody who's done risk assessment for EPA and DOD and, industry for a long time, there's a lot, those categories are a lot more flexible outside of the rule than they are within the rule. So, we basically came up with categories for ARS that we felt were appropriate examples to illustrate what could happen. There are hardly all of them, and I don't think there was Alan helped me out here, I don't think there was a desire to cubbyhole things. It was a matter of giving people options and to look at things and make sure they understood that they were site specific. Yes?
Right.
Yeah.
To keep us somewhat on schedule, I'm going to read one more question. In the event that there is a discrepancy in the chemical or site-specific data by the department, would the department agree to a technical consultation to discuss an ARS or an interim standard?
Do they mean there's a technical issue with the calculator, like with the numbers in the calculator for tax data? That I'm not sure of the question.
I would just say I think we would entertain a technical consultation.
Yeah, they can always request one, or call Alan and I with the question. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the specific question is in reference to. We have our default exposure for factors, toxicity information, chemical properties that are all listed in the rule that are used to derive the standards. For the purposes of ARS for soil, there are certain exposure factors and physical parameters that are permitted to be adjusted. If it is outside of those permitted adjustments, if it's a toxicity value, it could potentially be updated. If it's new toxicity information, if it's a chemical not on the list, that would be addressed through another subchapter of the rule to develop an interim standard. But yes, if you wanted to develop an interim standard for a new contaminant, you should reach out to the department.
Okay. So right now we have about 5 minutes to take a quick break, and we'll come back at 10:55 to keep on track for this morning. So take a 5-minute break, and Lynn will bring us back when we're done with a break.
Okay, welcome back everybody from our break. Next slide. And I'd like to introduce Alan Motter to discuss the inhalation exposure pathway. Alan?
Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, so I'm Alan Motter. I'm a supervisor in the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. And as Erika had mentioned, I'm the department contact for the inhalation exposure pathway. And we're going to be talking, sorry, I just ran up the steps. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the ARS options that do not require prior approval from the department. Next slide, please. Okay, so ARS is based on physical properties, do not require prior approval, and that's in accordance with the rule. Consultations are available with the department. You don't have to do them. And a lot of times they're very straightforward, so there's no need to, but if there's any types of complicating factors and you just want to talk it over with us, either at a call, I would say a phone call, but right now we're not in the office, but a quick email and we can set up a call would suffice, or we could do a technical consultation. The ARS options are outlined in the rule in Appendix 7 and in our guidance document. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically for the inhalation pathway, besides the exposure parameters, there are 3 options, which are depth of contamination. So that, I'll be elaborating each of these in the following slides, but depth of contamination is basically the range where you first detect a sample that exceeds the default soil parameter to the depth where you then have a sample that's below the default parameter, so that thickness of contamination. The soil organic carbon content, and again, organic carbon is natural in soils. We have a default of 0.2%. You can test your soil and see if you have a higher percentage of organic carbon. And fraction of vegetative cover. And we actually had a lot of questions regarding what constitutes fraction of vegetative cover. So I have some slides that hopefully will clarify that. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the depth range. And as Kevin had mentioned, the default is basically an infinite thickness of contamination. So you're assuming your contamination starts at the surface and goes to the center of the earth. It affects only the volatile portion of the equation. And as I just mentioned, you're going to measure your 2 depths, so the shallowest being where within a site or an AOC, whatever you're developing your ARS for, where it first meets or exceeds the standard to where the deepest depth where you then are below the standard. Next slide, please. Generally, when we're out in the field, we measure things in feet. The model requires it to be in centimeters, so you have to convert your depth. You're going to determine D1 and D2. In the calculator, it's actually listed as LL1 or LLV1, I think, and LL2. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But you're going to enter those values into the department's calculator, and you'll provide the following information to the department. And these 3 bullets are going to be repeated in several slides. So I'll go over a little bit here, and then in the future slides, I'll just briefly mention them. So obviously, you want to present the result in the ARS. After you determine your depth and put it into the calculator, what did the calculator tell you? A description of the basis of how the input parameters were selected. So, again, you're going with your shallowest depth where you first exceed and your deepest depth where you no longer exceed the default parameters. So this may not be from the same boring. It may be two different borings. You may have a contaminant depth of 10 feet in one area, but it goes down to 25 feet in another area. So those are the two that you're going to need to use, and you have to have a good description of how you selected it, show that you're fully delineated. And a description of any institutional engineering controls that may be needed. Now, for the depth of contamination, it's interesting that if your depth of contamination starts at the surface, then an institutional control is not needed. Otherwise, one is needed. And the reason for this is that the majority of the flux for the volatilization occurs in the first few centimeters of contamination. And if you have clean or unimpacted material above the contamination, it's going to affect the flux, the amount of volatilization that's coming up out of the soil. So if it's starting at the surface, you're already at the worst case scenario. So you cannot bring it up further. You cannot remove the material that's on top of it. However, if you're starting at a depth, if your contamination starts at 10 feet, you need an institutional control, because if you then go in and remove 5 feet for landscaping or future construction, whatever, you are changing the scenario that your ARS is based on. So there's a difference there of whether contamination starts at 0 or starts at some other depth as to whether or not you need an institutional control. Next slide, please. So in this example, we have a leaking underground tank, and the tank bottom is at 10 feet. And that's where your contamination starts. So we just have 2 borings on this for demonstration purposes, but you would have to show that it's fully delineated. So you would need borings more to the left on this figure. You would need some on either side of the plume, and so on and so forth. But you need to show that you have the plume fully delineated. You would take the deepest depth where you no longer exceed the standard, which is at D2 here, is 25 feet, and the shallowest depth where you first exceed it. And you would use those as D1 and D2. You would convert them to centimeters, very simple, feet times 12 inches per foot. So for 10, you would get 120 inches times 2.54 centimeters per inch, 304.8 centimeters, and that's what would be entered into the calculator. Same thing for 25 feet, you would do the conversion, come up with 762 centimeters. Next slide, please. All right, so the next parameter that you can change is the soil organic carbon content, or FOC. So our default is 0.2% based on sandy loam and subsurface soil. So the 0.2% is equal to 0.002 kilograms per kilogram. This parameter will affect only volatiles, again, because volatiles can be absorbed by the organics in the soil and will not volatilize as readily. So you're going to determine your FOC and use it in the department's calculator. And again, you have to submit the resultant ARS and how the parameters were derived, and a description of any institutional engineering controls. For FOC, you do not need institutional or engineering controls, because that should not change over time. Next slide, please. So you're going to collect and analyze samples in accordance with department guidance, and you should collect a minimum of 3 samples. You do not want to collect them directly in the heart of the plume, because if it's an organic plume, you're going to get interference with the soil organic carbon content analysis. So you're going to collect them and a representative soil, the same depth. So going back to that figure, you would take a sample at the boring where you're delineating that you no longer exceed the standard, go to the appropriate depth, the appropriate soil type, collect a sample, and that's what you would submit for your analysis. And you're going to analyze for organic carbon content using Lloyd-Kahn method or equivalent. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll let Lynn or Christine take it away from here.
Okay, everybody, here I am. This is your test question. When collecting samples to determine FOC, the department's guidance recommends a minimum of 3 samples. True or false? So the poll is open. You have 60 seconds to answer this question. During this time, I would like to remind everybody to fill out the survey, to continue to put your questions in the question box, to use the chat function for any technical issues that you may be having, and that I hope you're all enjoying this morning's presentation. And I'm sure that was not 60 seconds, because it's real hard to talk like this. How much longer, guys?
15 seconds.
Wow, okay. So I hope everybody's answering this. This is the second poll question. There will be 2 more poll questions coming up. And with that, we are done. Next slide, please. And the answer is true. I hope you all got that correct. Alan?
All right, thank you, Lynn. All right, next slide, please. Okay. All right, so continuing with soil organic carbon content, you may either take the average or the lowest value. It's going to depend on a few factors. If you have less than 3 samples, you're going to take the lowest. And again, we want a minimum of 3, but sometimes there's restriction problems on the site getting samples, or maybe you collected 3 and in transit one of them got broken or something of that nature. At any rate, if there's less than 3, you're going to use the lowest sample. If there's a difference of greater than an order of magnitude between any of the 3 samples, we're going to consider that to be extremely heterogeneous, and you may in fact be looking at different soil types. And so we're going to say that you're going with the lowest organic carbon content. If you have 3 or more samples and they're less than an order of magnitude difference between them, then you're going to look at the average. And the calculator will determine the appropriate value. You can calculate these by hand, or you can just simply plug the values that you get from the lab into the calculator, and it'll give you the answer. Next slide, please. All right, then finally, fraction of vegetative cover. And this will affect particulates only. So the first 2 parameters that we talked about affected only the volatile portion of the equation. This is going to affect only the particulate portion of the equation. The default is 50%, and this is based on EPA, the soil screening guidance, and the regional screening table, and several other guidance documents they have out. And it's basically a reasonable compromise between no vegetation and 100% vegetated. So you're going to determine the fraction of vegetative cover and put that into the department's calculator, and then provide the information, again, the resultant ARS and the description of the parameters and how you selected them, and institutional engineering controls. Now, for vegetative cover, your vegetative cover is basically an engineering control, and if you're using something other than 50%. And you're going to need an institutional control in order to make sure that the vegetative cover stays at where you're saying it is. Next slide, please. So we have a lot of questions about, what if I have a gravel path? What if I have a sidewalk or a driveway or something like that? Bottom line is, if you have an impervious surface of any type, concrete, asphalt, buildings, whatever, it is not vegetation. So you don't count it. The only two things that count in vegetative cover are barren soil and vegetation. So if you have an area where plants are growing, that's vegetative cover. If you have some bare soil, you would count that into your area. So basically what you're going to do is measure all of the area of bare soil and vegetation. You are going to do plot or grid sampling in your vegetative area to see what percentage of vegetative cover you have within those areas. You're going to plug all that information in and calculate the fraction of organic, fraction of vegetative cover, going back to the previous slide. And again, in order to make sure that the vegetative cover is being monitored, you're going to need institutional control. Make sure it's an effective engineering control. Next slide, please. So here are 3 slides. The first one I took from a neighboring lawn, the other 2 are from golf courses. But basically, if you look at the first one, you say, okay, well, it's covered with vegetation. But if you look more closely at it, if you did some grid sampling on it, measured the area, you actually see there's a lot of little bare areas within the vegetative cover, so it's not actually 100% vegetative cover. It may be a little more than 50%, which I have marked down there, but it's not 100% vegetative cover. The next slide, you have a portion that is vegetative cover, and that is 100% covered, but you also have a portion that is completely barren. So for this one, you would measure the area of barren soil, measure the area of vegetative cover, and come up with a percentage. And then finally, in the last one, you have this really lush vegetation that is 100% covered, and it covers your entire area. You can use 100% vegetative cover, but again, you're going to need a control to make sure that that vegetative cover is maintained. Next slide, please. All right, so I would love to have done the calculator live, but I'm told with this format and the number of people on there just would have been too much lag time, so we just did slides. And just like to mention here that when you are using the department calculator, you really should download it and run it from your desktop as opposed to trying to run it off the internet. It's going to run better from being downloaded and running from the desktop. So when you look at the calculator for inhalation exposure pathway, this is what's going to come up. And if you look at the bottom left-hand button, you'll see calculate organic carbon content. This is where you would click on and enter your lab values for organic carbon, and it will do the calculation for you, and you can just print that out and submit it as part of your package. And then you have residential and non-residential scenarios. So the difference between the two, I believe Kevin had mentioned it earlier on, we use different lot sizes for residential and non-residential scenarios, and that affects the Q over C, which is the inverse concentration at the center of the source, or basically the different size area, the different concentration you're going to have at the center of the source based on the contaminant concentration within that area. So for all scenarios other than commercial and industrial, you should use residential. If you have a restricted access area that's part of a non-residential area, you use non-residential for calculating your ARS. If you have a park or a athletic field, use the residential button. Next slide, please. All right, so you saw this slide earlier with Erika. This is when you click on, and we use the residential scenario here, when you click on residential, you will find this menu coming up. And as Erika had mentioned, there's a drop-down menu. The second to top blue area where it says naphthalene. There's a drop-down menu where you can select your contaminant. And then the green buttons, the green areas on the left-hand side are your exposure parameters. For now, we're going to leave those where they are. We're going to use a residential scenario, and we're just going to look at the physical parameters. So I've blown up the box where it shows fraction of organic carbon. That's the top right-hand arrows pointing to that, and then blow up. And then the other box that I blew up is where you have the depth contamination, your LL1 and LL, and which is D1 and D2, and your vegetative cover, which is V. If you notice for naphthalene down at the bottom left-hand side, the default number is 5.7, and it's controlled by the volatile carcinogenic pathway. Next slide, please. So for our scenario, we collected some organic samples, organic carbon content samples, and we calculated a value of 0.003. So it increased from 0.002 to 0.003. We also, going back to the previous slide with the tank, we used the 10 and 25 feet as our depth. We converted it to centimeters and entered it into the equation. And as you can see on the bottom, our number changed from 5.7 to 140,000. And it is no longer controlled by the volatile carcinogenic pathway. It's now controlled by particulate. And the reason for that is that the volatile calculations, if you look on the left-hand side, near the bottom, you'll see it says above CSAT. It also happens to be above a million parts per million. But so we would not consider the volatile the volatile component of the equation. So now it's controlled by particulate. Now it may seem, since your contamination is at depth, that vegetative cover really wouldn't have a factor, but it's part of the equation. So if you want to take advantage of it, you can. So next slide, please. So again, keeping our organic carbon at 0.003, our depths at 10 and 25 feet, we changed vegetative cover to 75%, and it increased our value from 140 to 270,000. So you can use these different scenarios in combination. You can use the exposure parameters in combination with the physical parameters. Just keep in mind that some of these will require engineering controls, others may not. So if you don't want institutional engineering controls on your site, you may want to consider things such as fraction of organic carbon and see if that gets you to where you need to be. If not, then you might want to consider some of the other parameters that you can use. Next slide, please. Okay, that's it for the inhalation exposure pathway. Next, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about submitting an ARS. Next slide, please. And again, this is submittal. I'm not going to reintroduce myself. Next slide, please. All right, so when submitting an ARS, the LSRP must complete the alternative or interim remediation standard screening level application form. It's a long title, but it's the form that you're used to submitting, or you should be used to submitting. However, we did revise it. And a lot of times people forget to also submit the remediation standard notification spreadsheet, and that's an Excel spreadsheet where you're going to enter a lot of information on. And I have some slides coming up where I'll go over both of those. The form, spreadsheet, and instructions can be found under the general forms portion of the forms library, and there's the website for getting to that location. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the form with the long name, and basically what really changed is section C. So section A is your general site information. That did not change. You're going to input all the information as you did before. B is, again, the notification spreadsheet so that you make sure you submit that. And then section C used to have 2 columns, and it was a bit confusing as to which ones required pre-approval, which ones did not. And not all of the options were listed out on the previous form. And so we decided to break it up into C1 and C2. And C1 is all of your options that require pre-approval. So hopefully you can see this. But so the first option there shows you the ingestion-dermal alternative soil remediation standard. And as Erika had mentioned earlier, all options for ingestion-dermal pathway require pre-approval. So if you have ingestion-dermal, it's going to be there. Next, you have the inhalation for exposure parameters, because you're going to require to seek pre-approval for exposure parameter changes for the inhalation pathway. Next are some migration to groundwater standards, and SWATI and the migration groundwater team will be talking about those later. And then there's indoor air, which Erika will be talking about later. ECO, which we're not covering in this training. It's a separate training. And then finally, development of an interim standard. So if you're developing an interim standard, you would check off those boxes. So make sure you check off the appropriate boxes. You may check more than one because you may be submitting more than one type of ARS. Then in C2, you have those options which do not require pre-approval. And again, for the inhalation exposure pathway, you're going to have the 3 options that I just went over. And then migration to groundwater, again, we talked about later, as well vapor intrusion. And the ECO is not part of this training. So next slide, please. So this is the notification spreadsheet, excuse me. And the first 3 columns are your information, your basic information of what chemical are you requesting an ARS for or submitting an ARS for, and what is the concentration range on the site. So for this particular example, we did benzene. And the thing is, you have to enter that information for every pathway you're looking at. So it seems kind of redundant that it says benzene, 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 same cast number, same concentration range for the first 3 sites. The good news is that this is an Excel spreadsheet, so when you fill in your first line, you can just highlight it, grab the corner of the box, pull it down, and it'll automatically populate the other rows. The next 3 columns are all drop-down options. And I have some slides of those coming up. But here's where you, in the 4th column, where it says exposure pathway and option, this is where you would pick which pathway you are looking at. And so for inhalation, for this particular example, we just did depth of contamination. Ingestion-dermal, there is only the exposure scenarios unless you're doing lead. And then migration to groundwater is a bunch of options. For this particular one, we just chose the soil water partition. Scenarios I'll be talking about in a minute, but there's a limited number of scenarios that you can fill in there, whether it be for these particular ones, we're putting down other because they are not like non-residential scenarios. And then the type of remediation standard is screening level. So for these, they're all alternative remediation standards. You could put down interim standard if you're developing a standard, and so on and so forth. And then finally, the last 2 columns are not drop-down menus. These are columns that you have to fill in, and you're basically just going to put in your default standard number and units here. So for the inhalation, we chose benzene again. So for inhalation exposure pathway, it's 2.2, 3.0 for ingestion-dermal, and 0.0094 for migration to groundwater. and then what the proposed alternative remediation standard is. And for inhalation, for this example, we came up with 14, for ingestion-dermal 13, and for migration of groundwater, we actually came up in order of magnitude, or 0.094. So whereas normally for benzene, the inhalation pathway would drive the cleanup in the unsaturated soil, and migration of groundwater would drive it for the unsaturated soil. In this example, ingestion-dermal ends up actually being lower than inhalation. So for the saturated soil, the ingestion-dermal pathway would drive the cleanup, whereas in the unsaturated soil, it would still be the migration of groundwater pathway. Next slide, please. So here are the drop-down menus. So again, for the exposure pathway and option, ingestion-dermal, there is only one. For inhalation, there's the exposure factors and the 3 other physical parameters. A myriad of options for migration to groundwater, vapor intrusion, and eco. For the scenario, you're either going to be looking at non-residential, non-applicable, other, or eco. So very limited menu there. So a lot of times you just end up selecting other if it's not a non-residential or eco area. And then finally, the last drop-down menu is the type of standard you're looking for. So alternative standard or an interim standard would be for things where we have a standard and you want to do something different. It's alternative standard where we do not have an established standard and you want to develop something to be an interim standard. Erika is going to be talking about vapor intrusion in a minute. There are, in addition to standards, there are screening values for that pathway as well. So you could pick alternative screening value or interim screening value. And then finally, there's some eco, which is not covered in this course. Next slide, please. All right, so in accordance with the regs, appendices 6 and 7, following items are to be submitted for an ARS. So the ARS calculations using the department's calculator or the lead model. And we had talked about that previously, so I won't elaborate too much on that. A list of the parameters, and what do we mean by that? So if you're changing exposure, frequency, exposure time, so on and so forth, you're going to list out what the default exposure parameters were, what you're changing them to, and then a description of the justification. So you're going to say, why you chose these scenarios. It's going to be a remote, ecologically preserved area where people are only going to be going there birding. No hunting's allowed. They're only going to be going there birding, so many days per year, so many hours per day. So you're going to change those scenarios. You're going to provide your justification for it. If it's a physical parameter, such as depth, you're going to provide your boring log information, your depth of contamination, and so on and so forth. Again, institutional engineering controls may or may not be required. You're going to provide those as needed. Same way with the remedial action permit, and you're going to provide a description of all of that information. Next slide, please. All right, at this point, I guess we'll open up for questions.
Actually, in the interest of time, we are going to go on to the next presentation and then take questions after Erika does the vapor intrusion exposure pathway. So we have some catching up to do here. So okay. I'm going to introduce Erika. Thank you, Alan, very much. Erika?
All right. Hello again, everyone. I'm here again. I'm from the department, from the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. For this presentation, I'll be switching gears and I'll be talking to you about the updated vapor intrusion technical guidance. the updated screening levels, as well as development of alternative values. I know we're throwing a lot of information at you, so I will try to make this as streamlined as possible. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Before I go on, I want to thank all the Vapor Intrusion Technical Guidance Committee members who have helped with this effort. There's a long list of names, and this has been going on for a long time to update the standards and provide this additional ARS guidance. As you can see, there's quite a few department staff that have retired during this process, so it's really been a huge effort, and thank you to everyone. Next slide. There's also been technical assistance from outside of the Vapor Intrusion Technical Guidance Committee, both from department staff and external stakeholders. And I also want to recognize these individuals as well and thank them for their help. Next slide. Okay, so last week's training, we discussed the amendments to the remediation standards rule and that the indoor air screening levels were becoming indoor air remediation standards. In association with that standards effort, we have also updated the vapor intrusion technical guidance to provide further details for developing an alternative remediation standard for indoor air. In addition, we have updated the vapor intrusion screening levels to be consistent with the new indoor air remediation standards. Next slide. There's also 2 new basis and background documents for further details on the derivation of the vapor intrusion screening levels and the indoor air remediation standards that are available. And there's also department updated Johnson and Ettinger spreadsheets that can be used to calculate groundwater screening levels. Next slide. So where can we find it all? Drum roll, please. I'm trying to keep you all awake. I hope I'm doing it. I want to let you all know the department's vapor intrusion pathway website has been updated. It's still found at the same website as before, which is listed below. Next slide. All right, so this is the look of the vapor intrusion pathway website now. Similar in appearance. I just want to point out the areas that have been updated. All areas that have been updated have a posting date of May 2021. The first blue arrow on the website will take you to the updated vapor intrusion technical guidance. The second arrow is where you would go to find the new vapor intrusion screening level and indoor air remediation standards tables. There's also comparison tables that shows you the former screening level and how it compares to the updated screening level or new indoor air remediation standard. Below those comparison tables is where you can find the basis and background documents for the VISL and the indoor air remediation standards. And lastly, the final, where the final arrow is pointed, that's where you can find the updated N.J.A.C spreadsheets for calculating groundwater screening levels, as well as the instructions for those spreadsheets. Next slide. Okay, so this is a picture of the updated VIT. Looks the same, has the same name, just has a new date, and it's now version 5.0. Next slide. So to provide what the updates to the VIT include, the major revision is that to Appendix G of the VIT, which provides additional guidance on the derivation and application of the new indoor air remediation standards, the vapor intrusion screening levels, and also provides guidance for the derivation and application of alternative values. Also, there's been a global change throughout the VIT, changing the term indoor air screening level to indoor air remediation standard for the vapor intrusion exposure pathway. Next slide. Another update I wanted to point out involves section 6.1.1.6 of the VIT. This section talks about VI mitigation based on preliminary data, but without a confirmed completed VI pathway. This usually applies to new construction of a residential building or perhaps retrofitting an existing building. with the VI mitigation system, which could be use of a vapor barrier, installation of an SSDS, or just setting up to have an SSDS if needed. In the previous version of the VIT, if you went this route, you were automatically designated as an IEC. This language has been updated to remove that automatic IEC designation and instead refers those individuals, or investigators, I should say, to follow subchapter 1.15 of the tech regs and follow the vapor intrusion sampling requirements. Next slide. There's also been a few minor revisions, further clarification in some of our definitions and whatnot, and these are all identified in the Vapor Intrusion Technical Guidance changelog. Next slide. The changelog itself can be found in the Site Remediation Guidance Library. If you click on Vapor Intrusion, it will take you to this box. The first link will take you to the Vapor Intrusion Pathway website, which is what I just went over and where you would go to find the Vapor Intrusion Technical Guidance. The next link is the changelog itself, so that will identify all the revisions. The third link provides you with comments we received on the updated VIT and the responses to comments. And the last link is, hopefully this training today will be posted there. Next slide. Okay, so now I'm going to go on to talk about the updates to the vapor intrusion screening levels. The VISL include groundwater, soil gas, and indoor air rapid action levels. These have been updated to be consistent with the indoor air remediation standards. I'm not going to go into big detail on this because we discussed the basis of the standards last training session, but basically the same toxicity information was used, same chemical properties information. We applied the department's Group C carcinogen policy, and we removed the mutagenic mode of action calculations for methylene chloride, TCE, and vinyl chloride that were used to create the previous screening levels. The list of VISL now includes 35 chemicals, and those chemicals are based on those constituents included on EPA's target compound list, as well as those found in the department's low-level TO15 air analytical method. And as before, elemental mercury is also included. Next slide. All right, I did touch upon this at last week's training, but I do want to mention if you were to compare the former list of chemicals to this updated list, you would notice that 14 chemicals have dropped from the list. 3 have dropped because they are not on EPA's TCL list, and those chemicals are bromoethene, 1,3-butadiene, and 3-chloropropene. The remaining 11 chemicals have dropped out because they no longer have appropriate toxicological information. Previously, those chemicals were derived using root-to-root extrapolation of oral toxicity information, and the basis for doing that is no longer supported following RAG's Part F of EPA guidance. 2 contaminants have been added to the list, and those contaminants are 1,4-dioxane and 1,2,4-trimethylbenzene. Next slide. All right, so the new vapor intrusion screening levels and indoor air remediation standards look similar in appearance as they did previously. Table 1 contains the default groundwater screening levels, soil gas screening levels, and indoor air remediation standards. Table 2 compares the rapid action levels for indoor air, and Table 3 contains the groundwater screening levels for alternate soil textures. In addition, there are now comparison tables that are on the department's vapor intrusion website that compare the former 2013 screening levels to the new 2021 values. Next slide. And this is just a snapshot of what the vapor intrusion screening levels and indoor air remediation standards tables look like. For those of you familiar with the former table, you'll notice it really hasn't changed in appearance. Next slide. And this is what one of our comparison tables looks like of the former screening levels and the updated screening levels. This particular example is for the rapid action levels. We color coded it so you can tell which numbers have gone up, which numbers have gone down, which are the same, which chemicals have been removed, and which are new chemicals. Next slide. I'm now going to go into discussing a little more detail on each of the updated screening levels. The first I'll go over is the groundwater screening levels. As mentioned earlier, the department's J&E spreadsheets have been revised to include the updated toxicity information that was used to derive the indoor air remediation standards. There's also updated chemical properties information, and the exposure duration for residential land use has also been updated from 30 years to 26 years to be consistent with the EPA Superfund program and what was used to derive the department's other soil remediation standards. The other input parameters that are used to calculate groundwater screening levels have remained unchanged. We're still using a groundwater temperature of 13 degrees Celsius, and we're still using the default soil texture of sandy soil. Next slide. The department is also still incorporating a factor of 10 for contaminants that are known to degrade. I have the list presented right here. The list is similar, but there are a couple changes that I want to point out. For one, 1,2,4-trimethylbenzene has now been added to the list because it's a new contaminant. Also, because 1,3-butadiene has dropped from the VISL list, it is no longer on here. In addition, it's important to note that the final groundwater screening level is the higher of the calculated health-based value and the groundwater remediation standard. Next slide. So I just wanted to go over real quickly the updates to the groundwater screening levels and what has changed. The majority have stayed the same. There are 12 chemicals that have levels increasing, and then there are 2 that are going down, which are probably of most interest. Those that are going down are 1,1-dichloroethene, which is decreasing by an order of magnitude, and this is due to the department's application of the Group C carcinogen policy. We discussed this last week in the training for the indoor air remediation standards. The same holds true for all the vapor intrusion screening levels. The other groundwater screening level decreasing is xylenes, but that is not decreasing by an order of magnitude. Next slide. Now moving on to the soil gas screening levels. The process and equation used to derive the soil gas screening levels has not changed. They are still derived using the health-based indoor air value divided by an attenuation factor of 0.02. The department is aware that EPA uses an attenuation factor of 0.03. However, we did conduct our own analysis of this and whether we should stick with the 0.02, and we decided to, in fact, stay with it. If you want further details on this evaluation, the appendices section of the basis and background document for the vapor intrusion screening levels provides further information on that. And again, the resultant soil gas screening level is the higher of the health-based screening value or the analytical reporting limit. Next slide. Providing comparison tables again to show you what has changed as a result of the updates. The majority of the screening levels are remaining the same. However, for the residential scenario, 12 chemicals are increasing, and for the non-residential, 4 chemicals are increasing. As far as those going down, 4 soil gas screening levels are decreasing for the residential scenario, and 3 are decreasing for the non-residential scenario. Again, 1,1-dichloroethene is decreasing by an order of magnitude. The other chemicals that are decreasing are 1,2-dibromoethane and 1,2-122-trifluoroethane. Those are decreasing under both the residential and non-residential scenarios. And carbon tetrachloride is also decreasing under the residential scenario. Next slide. All right, the calculations which are used to derive the department's rapid action levels for indoor air have not changed. The RALs are still based on either a factor of 100, which is applied to the carcinogenic indoor air human health-based criteria, or a factor of 2, which is applied to the non-carcinogenic indoor air human health-based criteria. And then the resultant RALs are the lesser of the carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic values, or the analytical reporting limit if higher. So that process remains the same. Next slide. Another comparison table. This is very similar to the soil gas screening levels. Again, the majority of chemicals are remaining the same. 12 are increasing under the residential scenario. 4 are increasing under the non-residential scenario. Those that are decreasing, there's 3 chemicals decreasing for the residential scenario and 6 decreasing for the non-residential scenario. Next slide. And the list of contaminants for the residential scenario is similar as for those that are decreasing. 1,1-dichloroethene is going down by an order of magnitude, and then the RALs for 1,2-dibromoethane and 1,12-trichloro, 1,2,2-trifluoroethane are also decreasing for both residential and non-residential. In addition, for the RALs, the non-residential RALs for benzene, ethylbenzene, and vinyl chloride are also decreasing. And this is due to significant figures. The previous indoor air screening levels and the indoor air values are what are used to derive the rapid action levels. If their value was less than 10, they were only one significant figure. However, as part of this rule effort and update to the vapor intrusion screening levels, 2 significant figures is used throughout. And that is why these numbers went down a little bit, significant figures in rounding. Next slide. All right, for the next couple of slides, I'm going to discuss the phase-in of the new vapor intrusion screening levels. Important to note that the phase-in for the screening levels will be consistent with that for the indoor air remediation standards, and this was covered at last week's training. All new cases as of May 17th, when the remediation standards were adopted and the screening levels were updated, all new cases should use the new vapor intrusion screening levels and indoor air remediation standards. Sites or areas of concern that have a department approved or a licensed site remediation professional remedial action work plan or RAR by May 17th may be remediated using the prior vapor intrusion screening levels, except for 1,1-dichloroethene, which went down by an order of magnitude. Next slide. Also, sites or AOCs that have a department approved or LSRP certified remedial action work plan or remedial action report within 6 months of the effective date of the new remediation standards and screening levels, which would be November 17th, those sites and AOCs can be remediated using the prior vapor intrusion screening levels, except for 1,1-dichloroethene. If you decide to use the prior version of the screening levels, your report should state which version of the screening levels and indoor air remediation standards that are being used. And lastly, sites and AOCs that have a final remediation document by May 17th, no additional action is required except for 1,1-dichloroethene. So the phase-in process is very similar to that for the indoor air remediation standards. Next slide. For additional information on the derivation of the vapor intrusion screening levels in their application, you can refer to the basis and background document on the department's website. On the department's vapor intrusion website, I want to point that out. And then also the department has released a vapor intrusion exposure pathway calculator that can be found on the Remediation Standards website. Next slide. All right, I'm going to be switching gears here, and I'll be discussing with you the derivation of alternative remediation standards for indoor air for the vapor intrusion exposure pathway. Information on the development of ARS for indoor air can be found in Appendix G of the Vapor Intrusion Technical Guidance. There's also details provided in Appendix 9 of the Remediation Standards Rule. Next slide. As we've driven this point home several times already today, and all of you I'm sure already know this fact, the Brownfield and Contaminated Site Remediation Act requires the department to consider site-specific factors in determining an ARS. Those site-specific factors may vary from those that are used by the department to develop the default indoor air remediation standards. This is specified in Appendix 9 of the Remediation Standards Rule for the purposes of the vapor intrusion exposure pathway. Next slide. All right, so before you start the process of developing an ARS for indoor air, there's a few things to keep in mind that I want to point out. The first is that all alternative remediation standards for indoor air require pre-approval from the department prior to use. So make sure you provide for sufficient time for review and approval of these applications. Secondly, ARS for indoor air require an institutional control and a remedial action permit. And third, engineering controls may also be required. Next slide. An ARS for indoor air is not an option for residential buildings, schools, or childcare facilities. It is an option, however, for non-residential buildings where exposure assumptions are not consistent with the exposure assumptions used to develop the default indoor air remediation standards. And what I mean by this is your exposure could be more or it could be less than what's used in the standard default exposure assumptions. Next slide. So this is just examples, but some cases where it may be worth looking into developing an ARS for indoor air is site-specific modification of exposure parameters at these particular examples may be acceptable, including a small generating station or an isolated storage facility. These buildings may not have occupants 5 days a week or 250 days per year that the standards are based on. It may be 1 day a week or 2 days a week. Another example could be a restricted access area of a non-residential building, such as a basement where workers are not present. Another example could be an adjustment of workday hours. They may differ from the default hours of 8 hours a day. They might be more, could be 12-hour shifts, or they could be less, could be 4-hour shifts. Next slide. All right, so this slide is to point out what exposure factors can be adjusted when developing an ARS for indoor air. Those factors are exposure frequency, which is the number of days per year, and exposure time, which is the number of hours per day. Next slide. Exposure duration, which is the number of years overall, cannot be changed when developing an ARS for indoor air. Next slide. And as touched upon earlier, cancer and non-cancer toxicity values cannot be changed through the ARS process. Those adjustments are handled through subchapter 6 and 7 of the Remediation Standards Rule, whether it be for an interim standard or to update a standard. Next slide. All right, so if you have decided that an ARS for indoor air is appropriate for your site, the next step is to consider what the site-specific exposure factor adjustments should be and what are appropriate. As we've been hammering home throughout our presentations so far this morning, your exposure factors for the site must reflect the reasonable maximum exposure that's associated with the site-specific use of the building. And again, RME is defined as the highest exposure that is reasonably expected to occur at a site. Next slide. So when determining what the site-specific RME is, certain things to take in mind are, what is the current and future use of the building? Will it be remaining the same in the future? Will it have more occupants using it more often, or will it have less occupants using it less often? Also, what's the amount of time that is spent in the building by all receptors that are present? This includes office workers, maintenance workers, visitors to the building. All of these receptors need to be considered. Also, will there be any engineering controls in place to restrict access? Examples of this could be electronic access keys, or it could be a logbook showing when people enter and leave the building. Or perhaps there's a fence and signage around the building saying restricted access. These are all things to take into consideration. Next slide. The department has released a calculator for the vapor intrusion exposure pathway that can be used to calculate an ARS for indoor air. And like the other calculators we've gone over today, those site-specific parameters that may be adjusted are unlocked, and the input parameters which cannot be adjusted are locked. The vapor intrusion exposure pathway calculator will also calculate soil gas screening levels and rapid action levels for indoor air. And I also want to point out, because I didn't include this in my presentation earlier today and Alan touched upon it, it's recommended that you download these calculators to your desktop. Don't try running them through the internet. That way you make sure all features are working appropriately. Next slide. All right, the calculations for the ARS for indoor air, the calculator will automatically consider both carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic health endpoints when running calculations. In addition, the ARS for indoor air that's selected or calculated will be based on the lower of the carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic indoor air human health-based criteria or the analytical reporting limit if it is higher. All this is handled for you in the calculator, so you don't have to worry about it. Next slide. All right, so this is a snapshot of the department's Remediation Standards website where all the calculators are located. Where the red arrow is pointing is your vapor intrusion exposure pathway calculator. If you were to click on that, next slide. This is the menu that pops up. The residential scenario button should not be used to develop ARS for indoor air, but it is a handy button to go to if you want to see the inputs and the outputs for the residential indoor air remediation standards, as well as the soil gas screening levels and rapid action levels. To use this calculator to develop an ARS for indoor air, you would click on the non-residential scenario button. Next slide. And similar to the format for the other calculators, you're running these calculations on a contaminant-specific basis. For this particular example, I chose benzene, which is at the top of the calculator. And again, those inputs that may be adjusted are in green. Those which cannot be adjusted are in yellow. This slide right here is showing you the default inputs for the benzene non-residential indoor air remediation standard. It has a default exposure frequency of 250 days a year and a default exposure time of 8 hours a day, which results in a non-residential indoor air remediation standard of 1.6 micrograms per cubic meter and is based on the cancer health endpoint. Next slide. If you were to change any of these input parameters, for this particular example, still involving benzene, I've not changed the exposure frequency. It remains at 250 days per year. But for this particular example, workers are not working in 8-hour shifts. They're working in 4-hour shifts. So it's been changed from 8 to 4. And this changes the indoor air remediation standard from 1.6 to 3.1 micrograms per cubic meter. And it's still based on the cancer health endpoint. And as I mentioned, it's really hard to see in this slide. I'll try to point it out in additional slides to follow. But below the indoor air remediation standard are your soil gas screening level and your rapid action level that are based on the same ARS adjustments. Next slide. I'm not going to go in big details on this because Alan Motter just gave a presentation, but as is the case for the ingestion-dermal and inhalation exposure pathways, an ARS for indoor air application includes completion of the alternative or interim remediation standard and or screening level application form, as well as the remediation standard notification spreadsheet. And both of these can be found in the forms library on the website. Next slide. In addition to the form and the spreadsheet, you also need to submit the ARS calculations using the department's calculator. You need to provide a description and justification of the use of site-specific exposure factors that have been selected, and also descriptions of the institutional controls, as well as the engineering controls and proposed not monitoring as needed. Next slide. And lastly, as part of your submission, you should include an overview of the history and contamination at the site or area of concern, including summary tables, as well as site maps of the subject building and surrounding area, and also uses of the building and locations where the receptors are present. Next slide. All right, the last section of my presentation is the derivation of alternative vapor intrusion screening levels. The focus has been on the development of alternative remediation standards, but because the screening levels have been updated, I also wanted to provide guidance on the derivation of alternative screening levels as well. Next slide. The process for calculating alternative screening levels has not changed, but again, I want to provide additional information. Referring to groundwater screening levels, alternative groundwater screening levels are applicable to both residential and non-residential buildings. However, it's important to note that these screening levels are based on exposure factors for the residential scenario. And the reason for this is to be protective. We don't know what the future holds, and a non-residential building could be knocked down and a residential building go up. Therefore, for the purposes of the groundwater screening levels, the residential exposure factors are used and cannot be adjusted. What can be adjusted to develop an alternative groundwater screening level is the site-specific soil texture and the depths to the groundwater. Next slide. All right, so to go into more details on this, option 1, which is the most popular option, is the use of alternate soil textures. The department has tried to make this process easier, and we've had for a long time now. Table 3 of the vapor intrusion screening levels and indoor air remediation standards tables lists the groundwater screening levels for alternate soil texture types. There's 3 types presented in table 3, and those are loamy sand, sandy loam, and loam soil. If you are to use one of these alternate soil textures, you need to determine what the site-specific soil texture is as described in Appendix G of the Vapor Intrusion Technical Guidance. Again, this process for showing that determination has not changed. Next slide. And this is a screenshot of Table 3, and I wanted to provide this today just to show everyone how much the screening levels can change based on soil texture. There is quite some variation. Next slide. Now, the use of those alternate soil textures probably makes up about 90 to 95% of alternate soil texture applications that would come in for groundwater screening levels. But if you have found that you have a different type and it doesn't match the sandy soil texture in Table 1 or those in Table 3, you may use the department's Johnson and Ettinger spreadsheets to develop alternative groundwater screening levels. Again, though, if you go this route, you do need to determine the site-specific soil texture using laboratory analysis and the procedures in Appendix G of the VIT. The updated department Johnson and Ettinger spreadsheets, as well as the instructions, can be found off of the Vapor Intrusion Pathway website. And as we stated with the calculators, you should download those spreadsheets to your desktop rather than trying to run them through a browser. Next slide. And this is just a slide just going over determining soil texture. Again, this process has not changed. You'll want to collect soil cores from the subject building. We typically recommend 2 samples, 1 up gradient and down gradient if possible. The soil samples should be submitted to the lab for texture analysis. And then you use this handy USDA soil triangle to assign your soil texture. This triangle can also be found in Appendix G of the VIT. Next slide. Option 2 for developing alternative groundwater screening levels is modifying the depth to groundwater. This is defined as the soil surface to the water table. You can apply this modification in either the screening or the advanced departments Johnson and Ettinger spreadsheets. Next slide. And here's a snapshot of the screening J&E spreadsheet. I know this is small and hard to see, so I've done my best to try to blow up some portions that I particularly wanted to point out, and then I have arrows everywhere that I'll be discussing. So at the very top, you're going to select the CAS number for the contaminant you're developing this alternative groundwater screening level 4. The next row, which is the row that I have blown up to the right, this is where you're going to input your depth to groundwater. The default is 352.5 centimeters. If you have something different than that, you would put it in here. In addition, if you were also looking at alternate soil texture types, next to that depth to groundwater is where you would enter your soil texture. You can't tell in this image, but it is a drop-down menu. So when you click on the box, all the different soil texture types will pop up. And if you are adjusting your soil texture, the third row of this spreadsheet, there's 2 more arrows pointing to where you would need to modify your soil texture. And then there's a box above the second arrow that you would need to click on, and then that automatically populates the soil parameters that are associated with that texture type. Once you do all that, at the bottom of the spreadsheet, which unfortunately you can't see here, there is a tab that says results. You click on that. Next slide. And this is where it takes you. This gives you all your results, and the 2 arrows that I have are the ones I wanted to point out. So for this particular example, our contaminant was benzene. It gives you your final groundwater concentration it calculated, which for this case is 2.3 micrograms per liter. It also gives you the water solubility, which is a great feature because if your calculated groundwater concentration is greater than the water solubility, that contaminant will drop out. Another thing I wanted to point out, and I'm using benzene as an example so I can bring this point home, is if you have a chemical that's known to degrade, you need to apply an additional factor of 10 to the groundwater concentration that comes out in the spreadsheet. So for this example, we got 2.3. You're going to multiply that by 10, and that gives you a groundwater screening level of 23 micrograms per liter, which is equivalent to the default groundwater screening level for benzene. In addition, you want to take that final groundwater screening level and you want to compare it to the groundwater remediation standard, because if the groundwater remediation standard is higher than the health-based value, you are to default to the remediation standard. Next slide. All right, and the last option I'm going to go over for alternative groundwater screening levels, and it is the most complicated, is the use of soil texture layers. So different soil textures and different layers. This option is not used frequently. Dr. Paul Sanders used to handle these reviews, and he said in about his 15 years of doing this, it only came up a handful of times, maybe even less than that. But we want to provide all the options available to you, so I'm going to go over this. If you are to use this option, you will need to use the department's advanced J&E spreadsheet. In addition, your soil layers must be continuous across the site. They cannot be fractured, and this would be demonstrated through the use of your soil borings. In the advanced J&E spreadsheet, you'll be entering the thickness of each soil layer. You're able to use a maximum of 3 layers. You can use less than 3, but not more than 3. You put those into the advanced J&E, and then you select the built-in soil properties button for each layer. Next slide, please. And this is a snapshot of what the advanced J&E spreadsheet looks like. This is just a small portion of the spreadsheet, but this is the portion where you're going to be updating certain inputs. The only one that's not included on here is at the top is where you would put your contaminant. For this particular example, we'll go with benzene again. So assume that it's benzene. So Starting at the top to the left, the first thing that you're able to enter is your depth to groundwater. If you're adjusting that, that first box would be where you do it. The second arrow, second through fourth arrows are pointing to your layers, your soil layers. Layer A is defined as that closest to the surface soil, so that at the top. Layer B is defined as the one in the middle. And layer C is the soil layer directly above the water table. The fifth arrow, I'm pointing to it, but you would just keep it as is. It would stay layer C, which is the soil layer directly above the water table. The box following that is the soil type that's directly above the water table. The spreadsheet is automatically defaulting to sandy soil. If your soil texture is different from that, you would click on the box and you'll get all the different soil texture types, and you would select that there. And then the final box on the top row where I have the arrow is your soil layer A, so the one at the top. If it's different from sandy soil, which is the default, you would change that to one of the other soil texture types. Again, it's a drop down. The bottom row there that has the 3 blue arrows, this is where you're again going to be entering your soil texture types for stratum A, or as I'm calling layer A, layer B, and layer C. You don't have to enter all of them in if you're not doing 3 layers, but if you are doing 3 layers, you need to enter in each soil texture type, and then you click the box above it, and the spreadsheet will automatically populate the soil parameters associated with that texture type. Once you have all those input boxes filled in, you would click on the Results tab at the bottom of the spreadsheet. Next slide. And that takes you to your results section, which looks the same as that for the screening. As I mentioned earlier, your final groundwater concentration is all the way to the right. That is compared to the water solubility. If the water solubility is less than your groundwater concentration, then that contaminant would drop out. And again, the same rules that apply to the screening sheet apply here. If you have a chemical with known hydrocarbon degradation, you need to apply a factor of 10 to your final groundwater concentration that's reported in the spreadsheet. And you also want to compare that to the groundwater remediation standard to make sure the groundwater remediation standard isn't higher, because if it is higher, you need to default to the remediation standard. Next slide. All right, so moving from the groundwater screening levels to the development of alternative soil gas screening levels. Alternative soil gas screening levels are applicable to non-residential buildings only. This is consistent with alternative remediation standards for indoor air. Those are also only applicable to non-residential buildings. It's important to note that the alternative soil gas screening levels are derived directly from the indoor air alternative remediation standards. In addition, as I mentioned when I was going over ARS for indoor air, the department's calculator will calculate alternative soil gas screening levels for you. Next slide. Alternative rapid action levels for indoor air, it's the same case. Those are derived directly from the indoor air health-based value, and those are also only applicable to non-residential buildings, and they can be calculated using the department's calculator. Next slide. I'm not going to go over this. This just once again goes over the equations and what's used to develop the rapid action level. We already went over this, so we don't need to touch upon it again. Next slide. All right, so here's your calculator. Again, we went over earlier in this presentation, the contaminant is benzene. For our alternative scenario, we adjusted the exposure time from 8 hours a day to 4 hours a day to represent a 4-hour work shift. In the case of the indoor air remediation standard, it changed from 1.6 to 3.1 micrograms per cubic meter. If you were also going to be submitting an application for alternative soil gas screening levels and rapid action levels as well, the new soil gas screening level is now 160 micrograms per cubic meter. and the alternative rapid action level is now 310 micrograms per cubic meter, both basically doubled from what the default was. Next slide. All right, so the submittal and approval process for alternative vapor intrusion screening levels is similar to that for the ARS for indoor air. Pre-approval is not required for alternative vapor intrusion screening levels, but is recommended prior to use. Where this gets a little difficult is soil gas screening levels and rapid action levels are derived directly from the alternative remediation standard for indoor air. Therefore, you need to have an ARS for indoor air approved from the department prior to use. You can submit your ARS for indoor air first, get it approved, and then submit your application for the alternative soil gas screening levels and rapid action levels. Or you can submit an application for all three simultaneously. But again, you cannot use them until the ARS for indoor air is approved. Next slide. So documentation requirements, we've already gone over the alternative or interim remediation standard and or screening level application form and spreadsheet that have to be submitted. In addition to those, you need to provide the basis for the site-specific parameters that you are using to develop the alternative vapor intrusion screening levels and the application of those screening levels at the site or area of concern. Next slide. If you're submitting an application for alternative groundwater screening levels, you need to submit like say we're doing alternative soil textures. You need to identify those soil textures, provide your determination of alternative soil textures, and point out, are they the ones listed in table 3, which chemical specific ones are you using, or did you derive your own for another soil texture type using the J&E spreadsheet? If you did, you need to provide those spreadsheet calculations. If you're submitting an application for alternative soil gas screening levels or rapid action levels, you need to provide the inputs and outputs using the department's calculator. And as I touched upon, I would recommend submitting alternative screening levels and an ARS for indoor air simultaneously, but if you decided to do them piecemeal with your application, you also need to send in your ARS for indoor air approval. Next slide. For additional information, I refer readers to Appendix G on the vapor intrusion technical guidance. This gives guidance on the derivation and application of alternative remediation standards and alternative screening levels. You can also find additional details on the derivation in the basis and background documents for the vapor intrusion screening levels and the indoor air remediation standards. All of these are found on the vapor intrusion pathway website. Next slide. I am the department's contact for the indoor air remediation standards and vapor intrusion screening levels, as well as the development of alternative values. If you have questions related to vapor intrusion investigation and mitigation, Nicole Collegian is the contact. And as we've mentioned, if you have questions with the development of ARS or alternative screening levels, technical consultations are always available upon request. Next slide. All right, that was a lot for me. Sorry, guys.
It's a lot. Thank you very much, Erika. We have a lot of questions for you and for Alan. I am going to do as much as I can in the time that we now have available to us. So the first question I have is for Alan: when the calculator returns the result, inhalation pathway not a concern, how does this get reported and applied?
Okay, so the contaminant would no longer be regulated. You would put that, into your REO or whatever you're submitting. If deed notice is required or engineering control is required, you would have to submit those as well.
What depth should samples for FOC be taken?
It depends on your contaminant depth. So if your contaminant depth is, at 3 feet, you would collect the FOC samples at 3 feet. If it's over a range, you have to make sure that it's consistent with the soil type and depth of the contamination.
To clarify, if the ARS is calculated based on a depth 5 feet of clean coverage, does the site require an institutional control or an engineering control to apply the ARS at the site?
So if you're saying that there's 5 feet of unimpacted soil above your contamination, that 5 feet is in essence operating as an engineering control. So there wouldn't be an additional engineering control, but you would need an institutional control to make sure that that 5 feet remains in place.
If measuring in the winter,
I'm sorry.
Want to repeat that since I talked over you?
And I said, and also a soil permit. So go ahead.
Yes. If measuring in winter, how is vegetative cover determined?
You would have to do it the same way. If there's snow cover, obviously you're not going to be able to do it that time. But even if the grass is dormant or whatever, you would still do it in the same fashion.
Do we need to provide documentation, such as photographic documentation, if we're using a different V percentage?
It would certainly help.
Can ARS form be submitted for DEP review at any time, or can it only be submitted with a key document?
I'm actually not positive of the answer to that. I'll have to get back to them, but I'm not sure if it has to be tied to a key document or not.
Okay. What exposure pathway and option do we select if we change more than one factor for the inhalation scenario? Example, change both the vegetative cover and the carbon content.
I'm sorry, what factor do they pick when there's...
What exposure pathway and option do we select if we change more than one factor for the inhalation scenario?
They should actually, I assume they're talking about on the forms, you should actually select both.
Select both. Okay, thank you. Moving right along, trying to get every topic in here. Residential versus non-residential VI scenarios also based on the size of the property? It's a weird question.
No, size of the property, at least for derivation of the standards, no, we're not considering that. That's used for the inhalation standards, soil remediation standards, but not the indoor air standards.
For land use scenarios, can you clarify passive recreation and infrequent use versus ecological use?
So,
well, if something's preserved in an ecological area, it's probably going to be an infrequent use human health scenario. However, there will also be, as Kevin pointed out, you have to consider every facet. So there also will be eco standards derived to protect the ecological receptors. So, if the human health standard based on infrequent access is 100, but the eco number based on those receptors is 50, then 50 is going to be your number.
How can an LSRP monitor and confirm building occupancy for the ARS?
So an ARS for indoor air, if you decide to go that route, as I mentioned, you will need an institutional control and a remedial action permit. And associated with that permit is you have to certify it. So every couple of years or however, whatever your process is, you need to go in and you need to ensure the protectiveness of that ARS for indoor air. If anything has changed, that would be the time to address it.
Thank you. Now that the indoor air values are remediation standards rather than screening levels, does this impact how OSHA PELs may apply to a site?
The application of those values is still the same, but I do want to point out, and this came up in last week's training as well, OSHA PELs are in place for worker safety. For the purposes of vapor intrusion, we're looking at groundwater or soil gas contamination migrating into buildings and affecting building occupants. These are two separate exposure pathways. They're handled by, we have our vapor intrusion standards. PELs are for worker safety. They're two separate things.
Where are spreadsheets for alternative VI screening values located?
Okay, so for the development of alternative screening levels, if you're going to be calculating an alternative soil gas or rapid action level, you would be going to the department's Remediation Standards website. And there you will find the vapor intrusion exposure pathway calculator. And you use that to calculate not only the alternative soil gas and rapid action levels, but also it can be used to calculate an ARS for indoor air. In regard to alternative groundwater screening levels, you would be using the J&E spreadsheets, and those are found on the vapor intrusion pathway website. Both Appendix G of the VIT and the basis and background documents refer to these locations as well.
Do compounds like 1,3-butadiene get disregarded completely in the VI pathway, or is an ARS required as a non-listed contaminant?
So this is a good question. So this brings home the point. You have to look at the building in question and the contaminants associated. There is toxicity information for 1,3-butadiene, and it dropped out because it's not on the TCL list. So if it's a contaminant of concern and it would be driving your mitigation or whatever you're doing, it's definitely considering it might be worth developing an interim. But with that said, 1,3-butadiene is often associated with other VI contaminants. And if you're going to be performing mitigation, chances are what you're installing will be addressing the contaminants of concern that you do have standards for in addition to 1,3-butadiene. So the need to develop an interim may not be necessary.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going back up to try to find some other ones here.
And do you want me to help out?
I got one. Development of an ARS takes a lot of time and money, and the final remedy will still require institutional control. What are the advantages to developing an ARS? Is it to alleviate the need for an engineering control or allow for alternative land uses?
I mean, it's site specific again. There can be many reasons that you would decide to go this route.
And that's basically what Kevin had gone over at the beginning. You really have to do an evaluation up front and say, is this ARS going to get something for me? And it depends on which option you use. It may or may not require a engineering or institutional control.
Can I just jump in here? One of the things with an ARS is if it leads to a higher standard, whether or not you need an engineering control, you may have to do less remediation. And that is a very, important topic for many people. So again, it would be perfect, of course, if an ARS did not require an institutional control. But if you have to do less remediation, still have an institutional control, you're still getting something.
Thank you, Swati, for helping. I think this will be a good time to thank our morning presenters and to tell everybody to enjoy their lunch, which I believe is the next slide.
It is. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to take lunch until 1 o'clock. Please don't log out of the webinar, and we will see you then.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We are now moving to a new topic, the alternative remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway. And Dr. Swati Tapan will be leading this. Hi, Swati. It's all yours.
Okay. I guess next slide. Okay, so welcome back everybody from lunch. I hope you're suitably fortified for the ever enthralling topic of migration to groundwater pathway, alternative remediation standards, everything you always wanted to know and were afraid to ask. So this is a little picture at the bottom right of the guidance, the cover of the guidance document. And I want to point out that basically, I'm sure you all know this by now, but the migration to groundwater exposure pathway was formerly known as the impact to groundwater exposure pathway. And this alternative remediation standards technical guidance that we're going to be going over this afternoon is actually a compilation of the several documents that we had for the impact to groundwater pathway. Next slide. I'd like to acknowledge the committee members and give you a few seconds to take a look at them, both from the department and from the stakeholders. And we are using the Seaview model for sea soil, which was developed by Robert Schneiker, or the model itself was originally developed by EPA, and he put it in a user-friendly format as Seaview. So next slide. The presentation objectives by the various people. I'll be going over the pertinent website details, and we're going to focus on the ins and outs of the alternative remediation standards as it pertains to this particular pathway and the various options. I just want to say quickly that we will not be addressing remediation options, compliance and attainment options such as capping or permits. And several people have stressed this. The regulatory authority is N.J.A.C 726D, Appendix 8 in the rule, and the statutory authority is the existing Brownfields Act. Next slide, please. So basically, the guidance for the technical document, for the technical guidance document, is found on the guidance website, or it can also be accessed through the Remediation Standards website. Next slide. The Remediation Standards website, as you know from last week's presentation or just by playing around with it, has been redone. And if you click on the guidance documents, it lists the various guidance documents for the various pathways. Next slide. When you click on the link for the migration to groundwater exposure pathway, what you will get is you can get the first link takes you to the document itself. And the second link is for the Lloyd-Kahn method for the determination of soil organic carbon. This link was there previously on the Remediation Standards website. It is still pertinent for both the migration to groundwater pathway as well as inhalation. And we also have posted all the comments and that we got from the regulated community and the response to comments on this website. When this training is over, the training links will also be posted. This is being recorded, and you'll have access to that, as well as the questions and answers from today. Next slide, please. I just want to go over a little bit because I know it's a big deal that we used to have impact to groundwater criteria. Now we have migration to groundwater soil remediation standards. So this new rule does not fundamentally change the way this pathway now needs to be addressed. And before the rule adoption, we did have site-specific impact to groundwater soil remediation standards. They had to be developed from the impact to groundwater soil screening levels. And the pathway was then addressed using either these site-specific impacted groundwater soil remediation standards, which were actually the screening levels, but the document stated that it was now site-specific standard, or you could develop impacted groundwater alternative remediation standards. So now we have one step less. We have soil remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway, and the pathway is now addressed using either these soil remediation standards or the alternative remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway. Next slide, please. I know this seems very basic, but again, an alternative remediation standard does potentially come into play when the total contaminant concentrations in the soil exceed the soil remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway. I just wanted to put this in here again because we had several questions last week on the leachate standards. And I think at this point, everybody knows that you'd start off with the soil remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway. There can be several alternative remediation standards on a site, and we're going to go into how to determine when an ARS is really needed. Next slide, please. I already said this, so we will skip over it and go on. So one of the advantages of coming on after a lot of other people have gone on is, I think people sort of touched on this, but I'm going to go into it in a little bit more detail or in a different way. We can have several different alternative remediation standards on a site. So that's the first thing. And they can even be on an AOC basis. So they can be, you can have different contaminants which have alternative remediation standards. They can be at different locations. They can be site-wide. They can be just specific to an area of concern. Can have different TEPs, different soil types. Those are two reasons for an alternative remediation standard. And remember, you can always, on the same site, have alternative remediation standards for other exposure pathways for the same contaminant that you also are developing an alternative remediation standard for. And both Alan, Chelsea, actually all three, Alan, Chelsea, and Kevin did go over this morning. So let's move on. An alternative remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway is a little bit different from some of the other pathways in that it usually means that there will be no institutional or engineering controls required on the particular alternate area of concern or the site that this ARS applies to. One exception is the Sea Soil 8123D model option, which involves the CEA, and Steve is going to go into that later in the afternoon. Remember, your alternative remediation standard pertains only to the contaminant and the area of concern or site, and we're talking about the migration to groundwater exposure pathway here. There may still be deed restrictions for other contaminants if they pertain to other pathways and other areas of concern. Next slide, please. So do you really require an ARS? I mean, it's a nice thing to have, you're doing more work, but when is it really required? Next slide. Again, I think from this morning's presentation, you'll sort of have gleaned this, but there are reasons, even if you exceed the soil remediation standards, some of the reasons that an ARS may not be necessary, and you may not want to do all the work involved, is will this contamination be automatically addressed if you remediate other contaminants? So for the same pathway, for the migration to groundwater pathway, if you're going to have to remediate an area for the notorious volatile organics, do you really need to develop an ARS for other contaminants, for example? Or will the contamination be automatically addressed when there are other pathways that are being addressed? Instead of developing an ARS, is it easy if the contamination is, let's say, superficial or in the surface areas? Can some of those worst areas be removed, and then can compliance or attainment be done so that you do not need to develop an ARS? And again, we're not going to go into compliance or attainment, but this is something to keep in mind when you're looking into whether an ARS is needed or not. I put in the line about careful with the volatile organic contaminants because there's no getting around it. They are the contaminant list's problem child. The migration to groundwater pathway deals with not impacting or the potential impacts in the future to the groundwater. The groundwater quality standards for many of these volatile organic contaminants are extremely low, and obviously they're very, very low because these contaminants are extremely toxic. So, the standard ends up being particularly low based on the toxicity. In addition to that, these contaminants are extremely soluble, they're mobile, and so if you have a site where there's volatile organic contaminants, do not assume that getting ARSs will necessarily solve the issue. Just take a look at what you have, especially for VOs. Can you remove some of them? Can something be done with them? Again, I'm not discouraging anybody from using an alternative remediation standard. That's the whole point of this talk. But just be careful with some contaminants as opposed to others. Okay, next slide. Briefly speaking, in the migration to groundwater exposure pathway, we have two types of alternative remediation standards. We have numerical alternative remediation standards, and these are associated with numbers. These options are the saltwater partition equation, the synthetic precipitation leaching procedure option, sea soil, and sea soil 8123D modeling options. They're going to be discussed in more detail by other presenters, but they involve numbers, and you get an actual number as the standard. The narrative standards, there is no concentration that is listed for an alternative remediation standard, but if certain conditions are satisfied, we may conclude that the migration to groundwater exposure pathway is not of concern. Again, after looking at these standards, if they satisfy, there is no number associated with that. So let's say your highest concentration of lead on a site is 300, and you're using a narrative standard such as immobile chemicals for it. Don't list 300 as a standard. It's just a narrative standard. The form has been modified, so you can do that. Next slide. I want to distinguish a little bit between pre-approval, which is needed from the department for some of these options. And again, this is in subchapter 8, and the presenters today will, with their each option, will mention that whether you need a pre-approval or not. But some of them need pre-approval, some of them do not. However, at the end of the day, all of these options still need final DEP approval, and this is mandated by the statute, the Brownfield Act. Now, all applications go through the normal inspection and review process, and they may be audited by the department. So even if you are submitting a option that does not require a pre-approval, it may randomly be audited by the department, and you may be asked questions on it or not, depending on whether everything is satisfactorily explained or not. Next slide. The soil and soil leachate migration to groundwater exposure pathway is found on the Remediation Standards website. And I think Alan did mention this in his talk, but I will again reiterate, whenever you're using any of these calculators, please download them to your hard drive and do not try working with them off the internet. Strange things happen, and when I tried that, it didn't leave me in a very good mood. So the soil and soil leachate migration to groundwater exposure calculators includes 4 calculators, and we'll be going into them in a little bit more detail later. Next slide, please. Here's what the calculator looks like. And again, you click on whichever option you are currently interested in. Next slide, please. We have enough options, I think. And to make things interesting, you can also have interactions between options, and a site or an AOC specific value derived using an option can be used in other options with caveats. So again, this training is not a substitute for the guidance document, which does just go into this in more detail. But as an example, a site-specific adsorption coefficient KD can be derived using an SPLP, and then you can use that in the soil water partition equation. Next slide. Need good documentation. Again, check the guidance document and make it easy for the reviewer by having, like a separate section saying, okay, this is where we have MGW, ARS, or whatever. It's very discouraging and time consuming to go through sometimes a 300-page report trying to figure out bits and pieces of an alternative remediation standard guidance, the supporting documentation. Next slide. Alan did a very good job on this morning with the forms. There are 2 forms that need to be submitted for the migration to groundwater pathway. And these basically are the alternative remediation standard form and the remediation standard notification spreadsheet. They're located under general forms. And next slide, please. This is where they are, the alternative remediation standard and the remediation standard notification spreadsheet. One of the things that is different, well, the alternative remediation standard form is sort of like the first screening form, and it tells you generally what option was used. It gives you the name of the LSRP, the contact information, and so on. When a technical reviewer goes to look at what is being requested, or goes to look at, let's say, a pre-approval or an audit or the end result, the place that I always start from in such a process is the remediation standard notification spreadsheet, because it tells me exactly what contaminant I want to look at, on which AOC, or is it site-wide, what is the basis for which this ARS is being submitted, and so it's very site-specific. It's very, what shall I say, contaminant-specific. So there's a slight difference between the 2 forms, and they both are needed. And I think that's the end of my talk. Next slide.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Swati.
Okay.
Next, we are going to welcome Steve Poston, talk about the soil water partition equation.
Okay, yeah, I think Swati talked about this little insert in the right corner of this cover page, which, you know, as we go through these various options for calculating the ARS, we're referring back to the section in this kind of consolidated ARS document that was prepared as part of the new SRS rule promulgation. So this section is section 4 of that document, and you'll keep seeing these references showing up on all the cover sheets of these slides. Next slide. So the soil water partition equation is the method used to calculate all of the default migration to groundwater criteria. And it's, you know, an equation hasn't changed in 20 years. It comes from EPA's original soil screening guidance. It doesn't require really any knowledge about contamination at the site, but it's very conservative, and it assumes the entire soil column is contaminated. So, you know, typically not a good choice for the investigator because that's rarely the case. And as a result, it's usually expected that the investigator is going to calculate a site-specific MGW standard based on the various methods that we're going to be able to discuss. And you do have some ability to vary some of the inputs to the equation, but they tend not to really make that big of a difference. Next slide, please. So this is the equation in all of its glory. You can see that there's a couple of things that actually control the equation quite a bit. The GWRS is the groundwater remediation standard, and the DAF on the other side, which is default of 20 in New Jersey. And Mary Ann will be talking about the derivation of the DAF on a later session. But you know, other than those two components, you basically have the distribution coefficient, the KD, which you can calculate site specifically with the SPLP. Or, you know, the way the default equation works is that it's basically lookup values in textbooks for the KOC, the water octanol partition coefficient, and the FOC, which is the fraction of organic carbon. And then there's just a bunch of other factors that are standard and get looked up in textbooks, like the soil density, the porosity of air and water in the soil, and then the H prime is the Henry's law constant, so that impacts volatilization for various chemicals. Next slide, please. So here's just the chart of all those inputs and outputs. Everything in color represents things that you can modify, and the parameters that are in blue are parameters that we have separate, you know, discussions for in the ensuing training. Next slide. So I mentioned that, you know, some of the parameters are pretty much fixed, or you look them up in a textbook. And the department went through and did sensitivity analysis of all the parameters in the equation, and I just picked out the ones of some of the fixed parameters. But, you know, you can see that they're kind of fixed because they really don't make that much of a difference in terms of the calculation. I guess presumably, you know, if you decided to actually calculate these things, you could have a tech consult, and, you know, if the values are that important within a couple of ppb or ppm, that may be worth your while. But for the most part, you know, these parameters don't really affect a change that's worth getting into that effort. Next slide, please. So there is a new calculator, and, you know, we've discussed these before. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it other than to say that it does exist. It's been updated and that, you know, if you're going to make modifications to those input parameters, this is the place you do it. You know, again, pretty much limited to the distribution coefficient, which you would calculate with the SPLP method, the fraction of organic carbon. And then there's also a few options or variables that you can change in the dilution attenuation factor and calculation, and that's included on this spreadsheet in the lower portion. So anything that's green are represent areas that you can go in and make some modifications. But again, for the most part, none of these changes make that big of a difference in the default values. Next slide, please. So there's a couple of, you know, caveats. If you're going to, you know, modify some of the inputs, you know, first of all, your calculated MGW can't exceed soil saturation, which, you know, is the estimated concentration that you would have free product in soil. And if you're going to determine the fraction of organic carbon through site-specific testing, you know, there's a particular method that the department recommends with some guidance on, you know, minimum number of samples and how you actually use that data, you know, or process the data before you input it into the equation. So just be aware of that. Next slide. So there is this new fraction of organic carbon calculator, which doesn't have any nefarious black box components to it, but you know, the units get a little weird, and the different models require different inputs. So all this is doing is the conversions for you. So for example, you know, you take a lab sample and you get 5,000 milligrams per kilogram of organic carbon. Milligrams per kilograms, part per million. So you divide 5,000 by a million, you get 0.005. That's your fraction of organic carbon. And of course, if you need to express it as a percent, you would multiply that by 100. So 0.5% would be the same there. But, you know, people tend to screw those up sometimes when they're juggling all kinds of numbers. And the purpose of this is to just, you know, kind of help you make sure your units are in the right format. Next slide. You know, there's a couple of oddball chemicals that actually require modification based on soil pH, and so you can make those adjustments in the partition equation. And the department, you know, has like, you know, lookup tables, you know, given pH for you to make those adjustments. And you know, consultation with the department is required if you're going to use this thing, you know, in the case of class 1 or class 3 aquifers or for unlisted contaminants. Next slide. Oh, that's it, pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we're going to Michael Gomsher.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be going through the SPLP procedure. I think, at least in my experience, and I'm guessing in others, it's probably one of the most used procedures to develop an alternate remediation standard for migration to groundwater. I'll go through some sampling requirements, some sampling considerations, and then a few real-world examples and things to look out for as you're doing your data. And evaluating your data. So next slide. So as Swati mentioned, there really isn't much of a difference to the migration to groundwater SRSs other than some terminology. So this is really not a lot different than what you've been doing already. Make sure you're, you know, when you're doing this, as everybody said over and over again, there's new spreadsheets out there. So make sure you use the current spreadsheets. There's new leachate standards, formerly referred to as leachate criteria. So if you have anything ongoing with projects you don't have approvals yet and whatnot, make sure before your submittal, you're updating your spreadsheets, you're updating your evaluation, et cetera. Evaluate your SPLP results for the new leachate standard, and make sure and as I said, make sure you're using the new calculator. Next slide. So some sampling requirements and considerations here, right? So requirements are really it is a requirement. You need separate samples for each AOC, for each soil type. So for example, if you have AOC1, whatever that might be related to, and your upper 5 foot is a silty clay and underneath that's a silty sand, and they're both impacted, you'll need to develop alternate SPLP, run SPLP for both of those to develop alternate standards for each soil type in that AOC. Similarly, if you have different AOCs across the site, different areas, different soil types, even if it's the same contaminant, you would need to do your alternate standards for each of those AOCs. There are considerations, and use your professional judgment. If you have an example, if you have a couple AOCs that same soil type, they're not too far from each other, they're all diesel releases, they're all old releases, there may be a consideration, can you do them one SPLP and one alternate migration to groundwater standard for those diesel related parameters in each AOC, but be careful with that because the regulations and guidance do say separate for each AOC. So that's one you might just want to, maybe not a full technical consult, but approach EPA or DEP and discuss that. Lithology, and you'll go through a couple examples. What if you have highly varying lithology within, say, mostly we're using macrocore geoprobe samples. What if you have highly variable lithology within that macrocore liner, or you have highly varying field screening readings based on your PID, variability in staining, et cetera. Each of those could really complicate your evaluation if you don't think about it. Think about how you're sampling, where you're collecting your samples, and this is particularly true with the samples for VOC analysis because those can't be homogenized, which hopefully everybody knows. So be careful, go through a couple examples. So next slide. Okay, so make sure you collect a sufficient number of samples for potential SPLP analysis. Be mindful of holding times. This is just kind of general considerations for everybody, not really a regulation, but you want to be mindful of holding times for extractions, right? You don't want to run your samples on a 2-week turnaround time and then tell your lab, say, hey, I'm going to run these for SPLP, and they're like, sorry, your SPLP extraction is passed. They're no good. And now you have to tell your client, sorry, guys, I have to go out and remobilize to resample. Your client's, of course, not going to be happy about that. The relative cost for collection of additional volume and even running the SPLP extraction, say, on samples is minimal relative to resampling. So that's an option we use quite a bit at RUIN. I've used in the past. So just keep that in mind. And one of the things, if you're just doing your VOC samples with encores, don't make the mistake, I'm sure we all have, not me, of course. You forget to take your samples for your other jar for your dry weight basis analysis. Right? Next slide. Right. When you're collecting your samples for SPLP, assuming you have more than just VOCs, collect your VOCs first, of course, to not homogenize your samples, and then collect any parameters for non-VOC parameters and homogenize that interval you're interested in to get thorough mixing to get a good homogenized sample. That's important, and it's really by the guidance as well, section 6.2.8 of the Field Sampling Procedures Manual. It should get you theoretically, and I think in reality, get you a better SPLP result. And we'll go through some, again, later on, I'll go through a few real world examples on how we've looked at data and evaluated it. So next slide. Right, so here's obviously a schematic of how you might pull up your macrocore liners with the long bars. As you can imagine, there's your representative macrocore samplers. Labs, every lab's a little different, but typically they're going to give you 3 for the totals and 2 for the SPLP, the 25 grams. Some labs are different. Maybe they give you 2 and 1, but process still applies. So you can see in the second line there, we pull up your macrocore and you have a silt, sand, clay stringers throughout there, and you just do your macrocore side by side, which is pretty typical. You can see in a situation like that, you're going to end up with each of those encores having a different soil type in it, and you don't know which one the lab's going to analyze, right? So for those 3 5-gram encores for the totals, you have no idea if the lab's taken number 1, 2, or 3 and analyzing it. Same for the SPLP. They want extra for the, in case they have to rerun a sample, in case there's a problem, in case they lose one. I think everybody knows issues lab could have, lossage, breakage, etc. On the third line down, similar concept. If you have highly varying PID readings over your macrocore sample, you might get your 2 SPLP on that side by side in a very hot zone represented by the dark red, and your other ones for the total in the less hot zone. And again, when you're doing SPLP, if you don't need SPLP, you're never going to know, you're not going to care, you're not going to realize it. So obviously you want to sample correctly, but it won't affect, you don't run SPLP, it's not an issue. But if you do, you'll see from examples that's will create, quite honestly, a big issue with your SPLP results and understanding your data. Next slide. So this is just how, very simple diagram, taking those concepts into account, where how you might want to move around your encores to represent the same soil type in the middle. In the middle zone, really doesn't matter what that dark green is. That's your soil of interest that you decide is your interesting soil of interest at your site. And same with the bottom, more than likely, right? You're going to want to get your samples in your hot zone, unless you're going for, say, a vertical delineation, that might be different. But again, make sure all your encores are trying as best you can to target those similar zones, similar soil types, similar PID readings, maybe a combination of the both, right? Your upper example is pretty easy, right? Homogeneous soil, consistent PID readings, just go grab them right next to each other, do what you want. All right, next slide. All right, so these go through some sample selections for SPLP analysis, some requirements, and what I found is a good idea. So for the minimum number of samples, the guidance says 3 samples per AOC, per soil type, as we mentioned. That's the minimum, right? There is a UHOT exception of 1 sample, but most of our sites aren't UHOT sites, I think, where we're really dealing with this. Certainly they're out there, and I'm sure a lot of you deal with them. But primarily we're, for this discussion and evaluation, we're really looking at that 3 or more samples. And in my experience and what I tell people I work with, I'd certainly see it's a good idea to get more than 3. Again, you'll see in some examples, if you take 3, you're really banking on everything works out perfectly for you. You don't have any outliers, you don't have any sampling hiccups, et cetera. So, and again, the cost of collecting a few more encores, running a few more samples in the grand scheme of things, it is relatively minimal. Samples to release for SPLP analysis. Guidance suggests a range of samples and concentrations, including the maximum detected concentration. When you're dealing with the sample, with the constituents, with the high KD values, the metals, most of the metals, the PAHs, the BNs, PCBs, et cetera, it might be good. You're going to learn as you go to get your maximum. Maybe you're collecting your 3 minimum, or more of your maximum concentrations. Maybe you want a range. As Swati alluded to earlier, and we'll see from examples for VOCs, depending on what your concentration ranges are, you collect your 3 highest and you're in the ppm range. You're dealing with TC, PC in many samples, unless you have a lot of organic carbon, natural in the soil. You pretty good bet you're going to fail every single one of them, and it got you nothing in the way of an SPLP. Swati mentioned again, I think it's worth re-mentioning. They're mobile, they're soluble relatively. Your concentrations, they often fail at high concentrations, typically fail, and you're not going to get much out of it. Again, as I just mentioned, it's going to be dependent on the soil type, organic carbon, the individual VOC or other constituent of concern, et cetera. I think as you do this, and it's been around for years, I'm going to bet a lot of you have seen and have a pretty good idea what you want to run and don't run. And for you, any newer folks on the line here in this presentation, talk to some more experienced folks at your company or your colleagues somewhere and pick their brain on what they've been saying. It's usually helpful. Next slide. All right, so here's just an example, and certainly we did this early on. We were trying to help internally ourselves pick samples for which ones do I release at the minimum, getting that range of samples circled in red. Maybe I want to collect some more, so circled in green and analyze them. I will admit this graph is, probably way more than you need, a simple table, ordered in highest to lowest concentration, lowest to highest, whatever you want to look at, up to you, but still good graphical representation of what you want to look at. Now, when you're looking at the low end in your range, you look at the lowest two, they're very close in total concentrations. Really no reason to run both of those, in my opinion. Same when you get to the high end. You really need all 2 or 3 of those at the high end. They're very similar concentrations, though this is a log scale graph, so keep that in mind. So when you're picking your samples, I would personally don't run anything below the sorry, this is an old graph. The migration and groundwater soil remediation standard. There's really no reason to run that, even if you don't have a minimum of 3 samples with exceedances, and we'll discuss that a little bit later on. Some of the common questions I get internally. All right, next slide. All right, so when you're looking at the data evaluation, the leachate from the soil is diluted when it mixes with groundwater. Several others have noted that the default attenuation factor for New Jersey is 20. That's what they base their standard on. For the leachate standard is very simply, the leachate standard is 20 times the groundwater remediation standard. Next. Right, you must use the SPLP calculator spreadsheet. Do not compare your SPLP results directly to the leachate standards. Calculator must be run when you're doing submittals, when you're looking at your data. Make sure you run that. I've had many times as people have come to me in my office and said, "Oh, here I got my leachate standards. I don't my SPLP. I don't exceed leachate standards. We're golden." Well. Not necessarily. When you have constituents with a high KD value, again, the pHs, the metals, PCBs, the difference is going to be minimal. Sometimes you can't even notice it because of the decimal places. But I threw it to hit this point for those who haven't dealt with it. When you look at the little table there, which is taken from the SPLP calculator, the SPLP leachate concentration in the blue on the left, that is exactly what the lab gives you. Here's your result in microgram per liter, hopefully. If they don't give it a microgram per liter, make sure you change it. Now you put all that information, the soil sample weight, the leachate volume, the total soil concentration, the SPLP leachate concentration, throw it in your spreadsheet, you hit run, you hit go, and then you look at your field leachate concentration on the right, and you can see a significant difference. This was TC as an example. So you can easily see how one might say, "Hey, I look good for a couple of these samples, and there's my standard. I passed. Everybody's golden." Hopefully, you didn't tell your client and then have to give them bad news and say, "Oh, sorry, reran it through the spreadsheet. Remember, I told you passed. You don't pass." Fairly embarrassing, and nobody wants to do that and have that conversation with their client. Right. Next. Thank you. Great. So the one thing I've really come across when I've done many of these at this point is making sure we should be looking at that with anything we do in SI, RI, remedial action. Right? Are the data valid? Do they make sense? I'll give you an example. We did a dry cleaner remediation, pre-remediation, right? PC, a couple of the breakdown products, no surprise. We did remediation. and we got our remediation results back and said, well, this is great. I don't have any PC. Where'd the B-techs come from? Right? Just didn't make sense, right? I know this isn't an SPLP, but again, just an overall look at your data. Does it make sense? You know, call the lab and they said, sorry, we uploaded the wrong data into your file. Sorry about that. So again, look at your data. Does it make sense? We'll go with an example. An example with a very high KD outlier example, a negative KD outlier example, and then using importing to the spreadsheet, the SPLP spreadsheet, the reporting limits, the RLs versus the method detection limit, the NDLs when you have a non-detect result. And you can see the importance of that when we go through the example. All right, so next. All right, so here we ran, this was lead in soil. We ran, you can see a good number of SPLP results. You know, we're out there anyway. Lead's a cheap analysis. Why not get a decent data set out there? And when we put it through the spreadsheet, and quite honestly, we noticed even before we put it through the spreadsheet, we're like, why is the one and at the total soil concentration at the time was the highest? Why did that leach out so much higher than everywhere else? It really just didn't make sense. And that's the bottom sample on the table, SP10. Like, what's going on here? I just quite honestly don't buy it with the 7 or 8 samples I have there without counting specifically. No reason for an outlier. Soil type's the same, AOC's the same, etc. Why would that be there? So what we did was, and you can see the calculated standard using that would be 92, the upper one arrow to the left. Not much of a difference between the default of 90, if I remember right, migration to groundwater soil remediation standard for lead. Well, that didn't really help us at all. But we looked at the data and we collected more samples, and this spreadsheet really has that one in already. It's called BTSP10 control. We actually went back already and had it in the spreadsheet in this one, but when, sorry, next slide, please. So we took that one out, that outlier. Again, we didn't just blindly take it out. Very important note. Just don't say, I don't like it, I'm taking it out, right? We had reason to believe it didn't make sense. We went back and collected another sample at SP10, which we called control here. Fortunately, we got even a higher total soil concentration at 5,000. Replicated it. What you don't see on here is we actually had 3 labs replicate that because we were concerned. We wanted to make sure we got it right. This was fairly early on in the SPLP evaluation. If you look at the data up top in 2013, as we were starting to understand this more and more with the new method. So, you know, we recollected a sample, we ran it in several labs, and we did not replicate that result. Another reason, you know, like I said, you need a good reason to take a sample out. You can't just take it out because you don't like it. Right? And you can see the remediation standard there, 420 instead of 92. So much more favorable, still had to do some remediation, but didn't have to hit as low of a target of 92. Right, next slide. All right, here's one with an outlier with a high KD. This is trichloroethene, and we ran 5 samples, and one of them were like, there's no way there's a KD, which basically to those who know means, you know, almost nothing leaches out at a KD of 28,000 and change. And for TC, based on experience, based on literature, there's no reason it should have been that high. But like that doesn't make any sense. Well, you might love it and you say, well, that looks great for our site. Again, it turned out we didn't believe it was a valid result. So we, next slide, please. So we reran the calculator, took that one out. And here's our standard, and you can see the KD value column in the first yellow column up in the main spreadsheet section there. You know, pretty good consistent KD values, made a lot more sense. And that one again, you know, I stress the people I work with are sick of hearing me. 3 samples isn't enough. If you imagine if you had 3 samples in either of those scenarios and one of them was an outlier, and now you're kind of left holding the bag, and what do you do? Next example. Next slide. All right, so why might that have happened? This goes back to the different soil types. So on the upper, with that high KD value, right? You took your sample of the total VOCs and the encore to the right, with the arrow to the right, in a very hot zone, right? Had a really high concentration total. And then your encore on the left, which is your 25-gram encore, took your sample in a low zone, right? So you're not comparing apples to apples here. You're comparing a high total to what is another sample in the SPLP, which wouldn't have had a high total if you had run it. Similar thought on the lower one with the one on the right. Maybe your total encore, the small encore on the right, maybe that light green is a clay layer, right? So I think we all know it's going to hold on to the volatiles pretty well. Comes up with a pretty high volatile concentration, and your SPLP encore, the large one to the left, maybe that was sand. We all know sand doesn't hold on to the VOCs. And that's going to give you that mismatched samples, and it can be a possible reason for it, which is why take care in how you're sampling and what you're collecting, especially for volatiles. Next slide, please. Right, and here's kind of the reverse, right? There's going to be no rocket science here. There's one where we come up with one. Again, if you look at the KD column, most of them are relatively consistent, at 8, 9, up to 40, 70. But we had one which is 0, which is basically what it defaults to when you have a negative KD value. Importantly, look at the next column over, the percent contaminant and leachate, also another good indicator to use. You're going to have 500% contaminant in the leachate. Obviously, that's theoretically and technically impossible to happen. So that should give you pause. What happened there? Well, the result doesn't make sense. Evaluate it. Does that really? Can you have good cause to remove that from your evaluation? We all know you might get a little over 100% contaminant leachate. Just the labs just aren't that accurate. We've all seen their QA, QC, and if they're plus or minus 30%, it's considered a valid result. So having a little over 100% contaminant leachate wouldn't surprise me, but not 500%. So next slide, please. Right, and then I'm not going to go through this in that detail like before, but this is the exact reverse of the very high KD value, right? Now you have your SPLP in a hot zone, SPLP encore in a hot zone, and maybe your total encore was the one on the left was in a low zone. Next slide, please. Last example here, and the use of a reporting limit versus the MDL. We discussed this in the committee a time a number of years ago, and we mentioned that to say, hey, when you have a non-detect, the MDL often makes more sense. Really, it makes more sense. They brought it up to the data people at the DEP and said, yep, that's fine. Use the MDL. And you can see here we use for the non-detect, which is the top one, we use the reporting limit of 0.1. And we come up with a KD in order of magnitude lower than all the other KDs. Now, you're not wrong, just not consistent with the other KDs. And we came up with the alternate standard of 22. You look on the left, option 1B, and you couldn't use option 2 because of your high KD ratio over 10. So now, next slide, please. Now here, very simply, we put in the MDL versus the RL for the non-detect value, right? Didn't rerun anything, didn't discount the data or anything. We simply just put in the MDL. You can see there now we have a KD value approaching relatively consistent with the others. The KD ratio in option 2 is now 2.01. Again, pretty consistent in my experience. And then our remediation standard with this is a 77 versus a 22 from last time. So you can see how that can make a difference up to your standard. Yes, I realize these are the old spreadsheets. I've done this presentation before. I didn't use the new spreadsheet, so I didn't follow the own rule. I told you earlier, And I do realize that a lot of these benzoanthracene and pHs have been removed from the migration to groundwater, but concept is still there. Concept is still valid. What you want to look at your results. Next slide. Your report, Swati mentioned, right? You need your AS form and the calculator spreadsheet to submit. You need thorough support documentation. Important for all reports, really, I think, for the alternate remediation standards, makes DEP's review life easier to document everything you did, why you did it, your justifications, your professional judgment, et cetera. And things will go through much more smoothly if and when they pull your ARS application for a technical review. And there's a good chance, as Swati mentioned, they're going to review regardless of pre-approval is required. And next slide. Here's questions I commonly get internally, right? What if, as I mentioned earlier, what if I don't have 3 samples of exceedance of the default SRS MGW, right? You did a good investigation. You did a really nice job, horizontally, vertically delineate good number of samples, and you just didn't get 3 exceedances. Just you nothing to run. You don't have, right? Run what you have. Run if you have 1 or 2. And again, document it in your report, in your spreadsheet, right? You're gonna have to enter it 3 times into the spreadsheet, else the spreadsheet won't run. So you just have to duplicate or triplicate up results in the spreadsheet and just do a good job documenting it in your report, right? I did a good solid SI, ORI, took plenty of samples. I got great delineation horizontally and vertically. I just didn't get 3 samples that exceed. What do you want me to do? And my experience as a department's been fine with that. The other question I get commonly internally, what about the SRS MGW and the unsaturated zone versus the saturated zone? And for the alternate remediation standard, you may have another reason to run SPLP in the saturated zone. But from the alternate remediation standard point of view for the migration to groundwater pathway, the saturated zone, it's not applicable. It's not relevant. So while you may run saturated zones for some other use, from the migration to groundwater pathway and alternate standard, there's no reason to run, and they don't have a use in my experience and from discussions with DEP. Next, and I believe that's it.
Yes, it is. So we're going to take questions on the last couple of segments. Swati, you might want to be available as well as Steve. And I'm going to start questions now. If you exceed the migration to groundwater standards, do you need an institutional control?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you. Is the guidance for the evaluation of immobile chemicals for the impact groundwater pathway dated June 2nd, 2008 still applicable?
Yes, it is. And basically, if you look at the guidance document, it incorporates the immobile chemicals into this document.
Does an ARS form and spreadsheet need to be submitted for an immobile compound scenario?
Yes, it's an ARS option.
Somebody missed your statement, Swati, about all ARS MGW needing pre-approval. Can you confirm?
Oh, yeah, no, they do not all need pre-approval. What I was stating is that there is a difference between pre-approval and the fact that all ARSs have to be approved by the department at the end of the process. So pre-approval means that the department looks at them earlier, approves them earlier. Only, I believe at this point, only the modeling options need pre-approval, and they're going to go through that. But other options, even if they do not need pre-approval, may be audited and questions asked on that. A final approval is needed for all ARS options by the department. So hopefully that clarifies the issue.
Okay.
Hey, Christina, this is Steve. I think I
Yeah.
need to correct one of Swati's responses a minute ago. So the immobile chemical guidance from 2008 is actually superseded by the chapter in the new guidance that came out in 2000. 21 as part of the SRS rule. So we have a new section that updates and kind of replaces the old immobile chemical guidance.
Yeah,
And,
thank you, Steve, for that clarification. I did forget to mention that some of the immobile compounds have dropped out because of the CSAT issue. So thank you.
This is Ann Charles here. Can I be heard?
Yes, you're heard.
Okay, yeah, for those who are eager about immobile chemicals, hang in there, and we will be having a section on it. And so just hang in there. I think it'll answer a lot of your questions.
Great, thank you, Anne. Can a background or class 3 groundwater remediation standard be used to calculate a site-specific MGW?
The detailed answer to this question is it is indeed site-specific. However, let me give you a general idea of how I approach these questions. The migration to groundwater exposure pathways for the protection of groundwater. If I am not certain about whether a particular standard applies or if an alternate standard can be used for the groundwater, I check with the Bureau of Groundwater Pollution Abatement. Or, because ultimately they will have the say on what standards they want to use or not use.
Okay, thank you. Can a remediator simply compare the SPLP result to the leachate standard without running the SPLP calculator?
I think if you're I'll give you a little bit. I think the answer is if you're submitting an alternate remediation standard application, and SWATI and Department, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the answer is no. For the what you might do is if you have you're just doing a quick and dirty look and telling the client like, hey, before I run the calculator, I can tell you, right, it's a metal, it's something with a high KD value. I got to run the calculator, but it's likely going to pass or likely going to fail because it's already exceeds a leachate standard. So maybe you want to, before you go through the process of doing the SPLP calculator, submitting the form, just to find out you're not going to pass anyway, or you're likely going to pass, or maybe you want to remediate. So I believe the answer is if you want an alternate remediation standard approval would be yes, correct, Swati?
Yes, that's a good answer. Thanks, Michael.
Okay, if a site has established a background threshold value for a chemical in groundwater, could this value be used in place of the groundwater quality standard to establish a site-specific migration to groundwater criteria using the partition coefficient methodology?
Well, I think this question is covered by my earlier answer. If you do want to look at any alternate any groundwater quality standard that differs from class 2A, if there's a rationale for it, I would touch base with the Bureau of Groundwater Pollution Abatement and see what they have to say on the issue.
Okay.
Excuse me, and if they do allow a different groundwater quality standard, then certainly you could use the saltwater partition equation to develop a alternate soil remediation standard for the pathway.
Okay. I think this question pertains to SPLP, just by the way that it's written. What if I can't get more than 3 detections at a non-UHAT site?
Well, I covered that in the way I've approached it, and our office generally approaches it. People working on them is if you give it the good college try, if you will, right? You have a good number of samples, you got your SIRI, and then you get your delineation, and you just don't have enough. Then I think I've sent them in with that in the report, good documentation, and I've gotten those approved. I've gotten the letter saying that's fine. I think, and I won't speak for the department, but I sort of speak for the department. If you went out and said, hey, I took 2 samples in an AOC, I only got 1 exceedance, so I can't get 3. It's like, well, that's not first of all, you didn't delineate if you have 1 exceedance out of 2 samples. So, having a sufficient SIRI completed I think is the key there. And if you don't have enough, then I would go ahead. And Lynn wants to jump in.
I'm just jumping in to say thank you. Thank you.
Time's up.
Yep, that's it. Time for a break. Thank you for your help in answering all of the questions so far. And we are going to take a 10-minute break on schedule. See you all in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yep, back at 2:15. Thank you. With this afternoon's presentations, and if you could go to the next slide, please. And welcome Mary Ann Cusick.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mary Ann Cusick. I'm the Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Groundwater Pollution Abatement. And today I'm going to be talking to you about developing an ARS, migration to groundwater ARS, using site-specific dilution attenuation factor. Next slide, please. What I'll be discussing today is outlined in Section 5 of the ARS technical guidance for the migration to groundwater pathway. And there's the link to that document right there. Next slide, please. What is dilution attenuation factor, or the DAF? As infiltrating precipitation containing leach contaminants recharges an aquifer at the water table, it mixes with the groundwater, reducing the leachate contaminant concentration. The amount of dilution and the resulting groundwater contamination concentrations can then be calculated with the DAF. Next slide, please. The default DAF, the department calculated as 20. This assumes a hydraulic gradient of 0.003 and a hydraulic conductivity of 142 feet per day. The basis and background document for the migration to groundwater pathway describes the process and how that was developed. If site-specific values for either of these parameters are higher than the default values, a DAF higher than the default value of 20 may be calculated. Next slide, please. The department uses the DAF in various alternate remediation migration to groundwater calculations. This includes the soil leachate remediation standards, the soil water partitioning equation, the SPLP, and is also used as one of the factors in the sea soil model. Just to make note, if you're going to use a site-specific DAF, it does require pre-approval from the department prior to use. Next slide. Okay, this is the DAF equation. This is outlined in the basis and background document, and we've been using this calculation for quite a few years at this point. It includes some common parameters, things like hydraulic conductivity, hydraulic gradient, infiltration rate, and also the length of the area of concern, or the groundwater plume in this situation. Next slide, please. In calculating the site-specific DAF, there are certain site-specific input parameters that you will need or can use if you so choose. One is the length of the plume. As I said before, that is should be measured from the center line of the groundwater plume, parallel to the flow. There's also the infiltration rate and two groundwater parameters, the hydraulic conductivity and then hydraulic gradient as well. Next slide. If you're going to be calculating site-specific DAF, you must adjust the length of the plume on the spreadsheet for the actual site conditions. Also, if you have a capped, impermeable or a low permeable cap on your site, that will not be considered as in the calculation for the infiltration rate. If you need to adjust the infiltration rate, you're going to need to have discussion with the department prior to using another value. Next slide. The most common things we see when people come in with a alternate DAF is they've got more information for site-specific hydraulic conductivity and also a gradient calculation. These must be determined based on field measurements at the site pursuant to the groundwater technical guidance document. We highly, highly, highly recommend using pump tests as opposed to slug tests. If you are doing more than one test and you come up with several results, we ask that you use the most conservative when used as the input parameter on the spreadsheet. Because the K and the I are so closely linked with the effective groundwater velocity, if you change one, you're going to need to adjust the other. The next slide, please. Okay, here's a snapshot of the DAF spreadsheet calculator. As you'll notice, they're using the same color coding as the others that were discussed. Yellow fields are locked. In this case, the blue is a required parameter. As you can see, the length of the plume has to be adjusted if you're going to be coming up with site-specific criteria. And also the green are optional parameters that you can use. In this example, we just plugged in the default parameters, and that's how it came up with the DAF of 20. Obviously, you put site-specific information in there, it will come up with a different value. Next slide. If you are requesting a site-specific DAF, in addition to the ARS form, you need to also include a copy of the spreadsheet. And most importantly, and this is in the reviews that I've done, this is kind of where we're missing things, the technical justification and the data that was used to determine the site-specific parameters, such as if you did several pump tests, that information should be included in the request. It's pretty straightforward, so I don't really have anything else at this point. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marianne. Appreciate your presentation. And now we're going on to Bill Karp. Hi, Bill, it's all yours.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for attending this training for the ARS for MGW. Before I get started, I'd like to give special acknowledgement to Dr. Paul Sanders and the work that he's done to get the modeling where we have it today. He's worked on it since 2008, and he recently retired and updated the guidance to reflect changes that he kind of noticed and were necessary in order to accurately depict what we were seeing in soil and the groundwater. So anyway, the sea soil model is also known as the seasonal soil compartment model. William Karp, I work in the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. I work as a technical coordinator. Next slide. The seasonal soil compartment model may be used to demonstrate specific existing or proposed concentration distribution in soil will not result in further contamination of groundwater above groundwater remediation standards. And the contaminant concentration distribution may then be used to define an ARS, or specifically noted as the ARS MGW. The ARS MGW is developed as a depth-dependent vertical concentration distribution rather than a single number. So please note that as such when you're submitting the associated forms and everything else in that like. It is also important to note that the contamination needs to be appropriately delineated, the unsaturated zone. This includes whether it be a default number or an ARS MGW that was derived through other methods already talked about in this presentation, including the solar repetition equation, the synthetic precipitation leaching procedure. So this is all stuff that you're going to have to document and show within the report submission. Next slide, or with the ARS documentation. So how do you use sea soil? Well, it's a CView, it's called the CView software package. It is user-friendly. Sea soil modeling has been used. It started conceptually in 1978, and the environmental mathematical modeling got put into a computer program, and again, that software package has been as recent as 2017. Some of the input parameters related to the chemical properties haven't updated, so you wanted to note such when running models in the future. The sea soil model assumes natural infiltration and groundwater recharge occurs when simulating contaminant transport in the saturated zone. If the model indicates that the existing proposed contamination concentration distribution in the unsaturated soil zone does not pose a threat to groundwater, then no further action for the migration to groundwater pathway is required. Some of the inputs that will be required for the model, or also parameters that are default, include climate data. That's where the seasonal kind of comes from. Chemical properties, soil texture, sea soil specific soil parameters like intrinsic permeability, soil pore disconnectedness index, and effective porosity. Also, percent organic carbon, sediment wash load, depth of water table, sublayer thickness, source size, and soil contamination concentrations. Next slide, please. So when is sea soil useful? Sea soil can be useful to model existing contaminant concentration distribution in order to determine if existing soil contamination will result in exceedance of migration to groundwater or leachate concentrations or soil leachate remediation standards. That's that first bullet item there. Second, to model proposed contaminant concentrations that will be left behind following remediation to determine if the proposed remediation plan is acceptable, something oftentimes done in the remedial action work plan. And then lastly, the last bullet item there, to model a theoretical concentration distribution, such as proposed maximal allowed concentration at each depth interval. If theoretical concentration distribution is shown to be acceptable as a migration to groundwater standard, then the soil concentrations at a particular depth interval may not exceed the model concentrations for that particular depth. So in all cases, upon determining acceptable concentration distribution, the soil concentration on site at a particular depth interval may not exceed the model concentration for that particular depth. So this is important when, as it pertains to delineation and whatnot. I've seen some people sort of try to model kind of worst case throughout the water table, or I'm sorry, up to the water table. In most instances, that's probably not going to be good for modeling purposes, as you'll kind of see in the next couple slides why that should be the case. So next slide, please. So sea soil is most useful when there are contaminants with low mobility that are located significantly from the water table and won't reach the water table in 100 years. Secondly, when there are degradable volatile hydrocarbons at concentrations that do not greatly exceed the ARS MGW. And lastly, if the volatile contaminants that do not greatly exceed the SRS MGW and the soil texture at the site has been characterized. So for all three of those conditions, the likelihood of the sea soil model providing an ARS MGW greater than the soil remediation standard for the migration to groundwater pathway increases as the distance between the contamination and the water table increases. Determination of the soil texture at the site is important in the case of volatile organics, as this site-specific determination enables sea soil model to simulate volatilization of the contaminant from the soil. This contaminant lost through volatilization often results in significant reduction in contaminant transport downward to the water table. So in theory, the volatiles will be volatilizing upward. Next slide. Something to note that while groundwater contamination may be present, it is not required, but the model is to show that no additional groundwater contamination from contaminants located in the unsaturated zone is permitted. So in other words, a model is going to show that whatever levels you have will not be adversely impacting the groundwater, even if groundwater is already contaminated. In that vein, sites with impermeable caps must be models if no cap is present. Because of this requirement, the ARS MGW determined using the sea soil model allows for unrestricted use, capped or not capped. The sea soil may not be used to simulate moisture infiltration through a cap due to the difficulty in simulating moisture transport through this barrier, and because VOCs may exhibit a greater tendency to migrate downward to the water table in the vapor phase when a cap is present. So the cap restricts upward vapor movement and volatilization from the soil surface and may result in concentration gradients that promote downward vapor movement of VOCs which sea soil cannot simulate downward vapor movement. When determining alternative remediation standards under the combined sea soil AT 123D guide portion of the guidance that Steve Poston will be talking about, those sites may not be capped in that zone, in that area. When considering capped sites, the department's MGW capping guidance documents may be consulted as an alternative to running the sea soil model with no cap present. While these guidance documents may be titled for impact of groundwater, note that they're just the same with the migration of groundwater, and that includes the inorganics and the volatiles. And as sort of already alluded to, if you're going to cap the site, that's probably in your best bet anyway, to just kind of go that route, maybe not running these models. Next slide, please.
Okay, so we're going to do our third poll questions for today. It's true or false. Sea soil model may be used whether the groundwater is currently contaminated or not. So we'll open up the poll for the next minute. While the poll is running, a reminder, I just posted the course evaluation in the chat, so please fill it out at your convenience. And I think I'd like to remind everybody, Lisa had mentioned this morning that the updated soil RAP guidance document for soil and groundwater remedial action protectiveness biennial certification forms and instructions, they've been posted. That training is next month on July 14th. We are in the initial stages of preparing that training. And there'll be a listserv that will go out on that probably in the next few weeks. So we should be wrapping this up shortly. Okay, next slide. And the answer is A, true. Next slide.
Okay, so further notations for the sea soil model. There's a lot of default input values that the department has. However, note that absolutely you're going to need to know the contaminant concentration distribution in the unsaturated zone, and kind of it really should be presented in a couple different tables that kind of show the multiple different concentrations at different depths and how they're going to be modeled. And additionally, super important, the depth of groundwater, again, that may need to be averaged over the site, site specific. You're going to have to kind of back that up what you're considering the depth of groundwater is. Also, you're going to want to note the sea soil model cannot simulate contaminant transport in bedrock. And when the water table is located in bedrock, sea soil may be run assuming the water table is located at the surface of the bedrock. And also that sea soil model is only used to model the uppermost unconfined aquifer beneath the zone of soil contamination. And this is the aquifer of concern for the migration groundwater pathway. Next slide. As it relates to the site-specific parameters that the investigator may input, kind of listed here below. We won't go into them in too much depth, but the soil texture, which allows volatilization to be turned on. This is super important for everyone's favorite volatile organic compounds. The leaching rate may also be reduced for soil textures other than sand. The percent soil organic carbon may be layer specific, and again, with a higher soil organic carbon, the leaching rate may be reduced or slowed, and it would also reduce the soil leachate concentration for organics. And also the 1 month degradation half-life for BTEX and other non-pH hydrocarbons also greatly reduces BTEX leachate concentrations. And as I talked about before, super important, the site-specific depth of groundwater must be used. Next slide. The other allowed site-specific parameters that I'm not going to go into at length because we heard some great presentations today on, but obviously the dilution attenuation factor and the SPLP, those are other variables that you can, or parameters that you can change. So yeah, I suggest you consult those sections of the guidance or maybe rewatch some of the presentations that got posted. People did a great job. Next slide. So in a nutshell, sea soil is used in two ways to show that groundwater will not be impacted. That is, A, to see if the maximum predicted leachate concentration from sea soil does not exceed the soil leachate remediation standard. You see a couple graphs representing such below. The figure 1 showing that the peak not reaching the leachate standard, and figure 2 showing the contaminant not to reach in 100 years. Next slide. And again, kind of showing the same thing. To demonstrate that the contaminant will not reach the groundwater over a 100-year period, you can see there's the water table, and that's what the modeling is running, the environmental mathematical model. Next slide. I won't get again too far into this because Steve Poston will be talking about it directly after me, but some major differences between the sea soil model versus the combined sea soil AT123 dimensional model. Essentially, one uses groundwater data, the other one does not. One is time-based, whereas the other one, time-based as it relates to a CEA. It's important not to conflate a CEA with the requirements of a groundwater remediation action permit, which kind of is also included within the guidance. So that's something to be important, something to pay close attention to. And next slide. Again, just sort of kind of reiterating some of the points from that last table that is also found within the guidance. Sea soil is a concentration-based endpoint, whereas the combined model is a time-based endpoint. And that's going to conclude this portion of my presentation today. Next slide. Thanks, everybody, for taking the time.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, we'd like to welcome back Steve Poston.
Yep, how you doing? Well, so we're going to transition into the combination model of sea soil and AT123D. Next slide. So the difference here is that sea soil is a one-dimensional vertical model that's, modeling the infiltration of contaminants down to the water table. And AT123D is a two-dimensional, kind of a quasi three-dimensional horizontal saturated zone model that's, taken the contaminants that have infiltrated to the water table and then migrating them out as a plume. Key aspect is that you can link the AT123D to sea soil so that at each time step, the updated infiltration that gets calculated by sea soil can be input into AT123D. And so you can model both the vertical migration as well as the lateral migration in the saturated zone collectively. And here's the acronym AT123D, stands for Analytical Transient Modeling, originally developed in the 1980s at Oak Ridge to look at RCRA and CERCLA sites. And, of the various analytical models that exist, this one is shown to be pretty comparable to the more sophisticated numerical groundwater models like ModFlow and the MT3D, which is a transport model. So the difference, between numerical models and analytical models is really in the degree of, the fine nature of modifications that you can make in terms of transport. So, AT123D is more like, for example, the soil water partition equation, where you've just got an algebraic equation that you're solving at various points, whereas the models like ModFlow, you're actually creating a grid in 3 dimensions, and you can change all of the important parameters on a cell-by-cell basis. And so if you have pumping going on in the downgrading area, or if you have streams that act as drains that are going to influence the direction of groundwater flow, you really need to use a numerical model, and you can't really rely on these analytical models. And, you need to have a tech consult and go through all that stuff, but there's no reason why you can't use the more sophisticated models to, evaluate these same issues. Next slide, please. Again, just a review of what you already heard. Basically sea soil is generally used when groundwater isn't impacted and a clean zone exists. Between the contamination and the water table, it's calculating the concentration at the bottom of the soil column, and it determines whether existing contamination will impact groundwater. But you can also back calculate what might be a acceptable, soil remediation strategy, and run the model so that you could ensure that you wouldn't be impacting groundwater with that distribution of contaminants. But it's important to remember that sea soil isn't really just based on a, specific soil value. It's based on a distribution, a vertical distribution of contaminant concentrations that you're developing from, a series of borings at different depths across your site. Next slide, please. So again, sea soil AT123D combines that vertical infiltration with a lateral transport. It's used in groundwater is already impacted. And it is applying a whole range of in situ processes on the transport of the contaminants. So advection, dispersion, absorption, and biodegradation. So that is obviously going to give you a more realistic view of what's actually happening to the contaminants in groundwater. And of course, you can do some calibrations and validations of what the model's predicting relative to what you actually see in the ground. Next slide. So you can use these combo models in two ways. So you can determine whether existing contamination in the vadose zone is going to impact the groundwater and to what degree and over what time frame. Or you can actually model a proposed contaminant distribution in soil that, if you left it behind after remediation, would also achieve the groundwater quality standards. And in both cases, the way the process works is that you're comparing the groundwater quality standard at specific times and at specific compliance point locations. Like I mentioned, the vadose zone contamination, it represents, a depth discrete distribution, not a single value. Next slide. So there is a program called CVU that is available for purchase. It ranges between like $1,000 and $1,500. And what it does is it's taken these two kind of public domain models and it's put it in a nice front end that creates makes it easier for you to enter data, and then generates all kinds of nice graphic outputs, especially stuff that's in a format that the department wants to see when you submit, your ARS documentation. And, you can get, I think, a free version of this to fool around with for like 3 days, before it expires. So, if you have any interest in looking at this stuff, you basically go to these guys' website and you can download the thing and see if it's going to be applicable to what you may or may not want to do. Next slide, please. So there are a few requirements. Groundwater has to already be degraded by contaminants migrating from the AOC. The same kind of caveat as sea soil. Sea soil isn't going to work correctly with a cap. So the area, that you're looking at as a source can't be capped. And, all of the typical stuff that you have to do for every other site has to be addressed. So the receptor evaluation completed, and, any impacts to potable water or indoor air need to be addressed prior to embarking, on this exercise. Next slide, please. Some of the additional caveats are those that are pretty standard on any site. So, free or residual product has to be treated, removed, or contained where either of those aren't practicable. You know, the delineation of the soil and groundwater contamination has to be complete. And long term, you know, in order to you know, achieve closure, you've got to have the appropriate monitoring program in place that's going to allow you to make that determination as to when you've achieved the groundwater remediation standards. Next slide. So you'll be happy to see that you can modify just about any of the parameters in the AT123D. So everything in color is stuff that you can modify based on site-specific information. The caveat is that there's certain things that you actually have to calculate. So for example, the hydraulic conductivity, the hydraulic gradient, depth of water table, things like that. I mean, anytime you're going to run a groundwater model, you pretty much have to take those parameters more seriously and develop some site-specific information. But as you can see here, you've got the ability to, you know, calculate site-specific values for quite a few more of the important variables in the model. Next slide. And so, you know, you put all that stuff in. What do you get out? You basically have to select two compliance points. POC 1, point of compliance 1. So that's at the edge of your AOC, the down gradient edge of the AOC, along the plume center line and at the surface of the water table. And then point of compliance 2 is a location kind of at the limits of your plume, so the maximum extent of the plume. And, you know, the acceptance criteria, so what's going to define whether, you know, whether you've achieved the objective and for example, back calculated what your soil concentrations need to be at the source, or determined that what's already there is acceptable, is that, you know, you have to meet groundwater criteria at these locations within the duration of your CEA. Next slide, please. So, you know, here's a couple of example outputs. And so for point of compliance 1, in this case, and this used to be the requirement of the earlier guidance a number of years ago, but this was updated maybe 5 years ago to actually include the concept of the duration of the CEA. So initially, you would have to meet groundwater quality criteria within 5 years at point of compliance 1, and that was later revised so that you actually have until, you know, the expiration of your CEA with a maximum of 30 years to document that you achieve the groundwater quality standard. So quite a bit more flexibility was added in the version from about 5 years ago, but that's also incorporated in the current consolidated document to achieve compliance at POC 1. And at point of compliance 2, what you're trying to show is that, you know, over time, of course, you know, you will see variation in contamination, but that ultimately you never exceed the groundwater quality standard at point of compliance 2. And that's what the arrow is pointing at here. I think this was maybe for PCE, and so the standard was 1. And, you know, at point of compliance 2, it looks like the concentration got up to like 0.99 something, but never actually exceeded 1. And in this case, what we were trying to do was back calculate a distribution at the source that would be acceptable. So, you know, we kind of ran very close here, you know, 0.994 instead of 1.0, but we achieved the objective and, you know, used those back calculated values in soil, you know, to define the level of remediation at the source. And in this case, it turned out to be almost 1 ppm for PCE based on this analysis. Next slide, please. So, you know, a series of reporting requirements when you file your documentation. The sea soil stuff we kind of already went over, and, you know, there's just a bunch of pages that get spit out of the model that you have to include. For AT123D, you have to, provide maps that show the delineated groundwater plume, including the source locations, the tables of the source concentration data, and then, the model automatically generates those point of compliance reports, and I just showed you a couple of them. And then, you can save all of the input data and parameters in a project file with this funky, PRJ format, but you need to provide that file, then the department can upload it, and just look through the model and what you did and verify the outputs. Next slide. So, what do you need to do to achieve closure? You have to have a groundwater monitoring program that's going to allow you to, monitor field conditions over time to make sure they're in accordance with the results of what you've just modeled. And, if you're seeing variation from the model results in the field, you may have to take different actions. And the M&A technical guidance document, pretty much shows you what, or tells you what you need to do there in terms of possibly more investigation or remodeling given new conditions, that kind of thing, to extend the length of the CEA. And one thing it's important to note that compliance averaging of soil concentrations applies to, a lot of the evaluations that you'll perform in the SI and RI phase. But because that sea soil distribution of contaminants is based on a, field-defined vertical, delineation, you really can't apply the compliance averaging to that. The models need, some semblance of what that actual distribution of contamination is, with depth. Next slide, please. Oh, I think that does it.
It does. Thank you, Steve. Please stay on because we have a few questions. I'll also ask Mary Ann and Bill to come back in case some of these questions are more appropriate for them. First question that I have is if DAF, if your plume is wide, for DAF, if your plume is wider than it is long in the down gradient direction, do you still use the down gradient length for the DAF calculation?
Actually, I think I kind of got a little, it is the length of the area of concern, not the length of the plume. The length of the area of concern parallel to the direction of the groundwater plume. That's what I meant to say. So it's the length of the area of concern, not the plume.
Okay. To develop a site-specific DAF alternative migration to groundwater standard, what if your groundwater is not contaminated and you don't have a plume length?
Once again, it's the AOC. It's if you don't, first of all, if you don't have a groundwater contamination, I'd kind of look at some of the other options to see if you even need to calculate the DAF. Some of the other methodologies may work just as well. And like I said, it's the length of the area of concern. How big is your area of concern?
Okay. Can sea soil AT123D results be submitted separately with ARS forms for pre-approval prior to remedial phase deliverables, or must it be submitted with the remedial phase documents?
Okay, I'll answer that. Essentially, you don't have to, although it would be in your best interest to submit as much information as possible to supplant whatever sort of ARS you're using with the modeling specifically, as it does require pre-approval. So I would suggest doing an RIW, although it's not explicitly required.
Okay. This is for Swati. Are you there? Dr. Toppin has stated that, oh good, glad you're here. You stated that an exceedance to the MGW site remediation standards requires an institutional control. Does an exceedance to the impact to groundwater SSL require institutional controls if a final report for soil is submitted before November 17th, 2021?
Yes, I believe it does.
Thank you. Can sea soil 8T123D be exported to GIS software?
I mean, you can certainly export the results of the model to other software. So, for visualization purposes, but, the model itself has to run in its own code. And then you can export the output to whatever you want in terms of, making plan view or cross-sectional views of the plume.
Okay.
Right, to that point, that data needs to be the screen caps or whatever, that data needs to be presented with the ARS submission, those tables and whatnot.
Okay. Are sea soil and AT123D now forever linked and can't be used separately? And sea soil AT123D can't be used with a cap, so does that mean it can never be used for retail petroleum sites that are 99% impermeable?
So I'll have to unpack there. I would say yes. There's no use of the combined model with capping, full stop. Parse out the other question. They're currently linked. I don't know about forever. We'll have to update the remediation standards in a number of years, so I'd shy away from the use of the word forever.
Well, okay. I mean, the point is that, you can use, for example, mod flow, right? So a fully three-dimensional numerical model if your site conditions require that. Now, that's typically not going to be the case for a gas station site, right? But the point is that, there are other models that you can use that will provide the same or more sophisticated information if you want to go down that path. If you're going to do that, though, you really should have a tech consult to decide that, everybody can agree that it makes sense to do that in your specific situation.
I concur.
What factors determine whether sea soil alone may be applied at an impermeable capped site?
Site-specific conditions, I suppose. I mean, the whole reason is if you have a cap and there's a reason to cap for maybe the direct contact or the inhalation ingestion dermal pathway, then maybe running the sea soil model is an exercise that you're not really shouldn't be undertaking, honestly. I mean, if you have other lines of evidence to prove that the migration to groundwater pathway has been addressed appropriately.
For sea soil AT123D, is the model applicable to multiple contaminants, or do you need to run a separate model for each compound?
Yeah, you pretty much have to run, you'd have to do a separate model run for each separate chemical because you're entering, contaminant properties into the model before you run it. For example, retardation, absorption, Henry's law, all that kind of stuff is going to be specific to the chemical. So you would have to run separate model runs for different chemicals.
Sea soil comes up with only one numerical ARS for MGW value, or a number of values. And those were questions, not greatly worded, but
right, they're depth dependent. So, right, what may be appropriate at 5 feet below ground surface may not be appropriate at 8 feet below ground surface when, for say, the water table is at 10. The model is going to give different results for those different depths, and that's why it's depth dependent. So when you submit the ARS form, you may say that, right, the specific contaminant is, got run through the model and it passes at 5 feet versus, at 8 feet it fails. And that sort of gets into the iterative approach and how you may sort of model the remedial action work plan around such modeling to sort of model the maximum value at even maybe throughout the water table. And that's something that people are afforded the opportunity to do.
All right. At a site that is capped, can you assume that the cap does not exist and then run the sea soil model?
That's exactly what the sea soil model is doing. Say whether the site is capped or not capped, you're running the model as though it's not capped.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Looking for does the CEA act as the deed notice that the migration to groundwater standard is exceeded?
A renal action permit separate from a groundwater action permit will need to be, applied for.
But a CEA is not a deed notice.
Right. Yes. Right.
Yeah.
And the
If that's
CEA is also
institutional,
not
that's
equivalent to
institutional
a
control for groundwater.
Right. If the impact to groundwater soil screening ARS form was previously submitted and the remediation is ongoing, do we need to submit a new ARS MGW form for the MGW if there are no changes to the calculations?
Right. As per Dr. Barry's presentation last week, you have until November 17th, and obviously that would include anything that's already been submitted.
All right. I don't think I've missed any. Christina, do you see any? Wait, here's one.
I didn't see any additional red questions, so.
Okay.
I think then we will move on to the next presentation. We have Ann Charles here to talk about immobile chemicals. Ann?
Hi, everyone. And bye, gang, who just left. So congratulations, you made it through the modeling. You made it through the numerical ARS options, and you're so close to the finish line. I'm going to be discussing with you and bringing you up to speed on the narrative option, which is the immobile chemicals option for the MGW pathway. Hi, everyone. I'm Ann Charles. I'm in the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. This is section 9 of our ARS MGW guidance document. Next slide, please. All right, so the immobile chemicals option, many of you, it sounded from the prior question and answer session 2 ago, are familiar with. It was in our prior guidance. There have been some changes, and there have been essentially things that remain just as they were before. The option is a narrative standard. You're not going to get a number from it. It's not a numerical standard. We still are going to have a specific list of chemicals that are allowed to use this option. The option is utilized after the remedial investigation is completed. Your delineation needs to be completed. So again, this is not for site investigation phase. You've got to have completed your RI and have full delineation. And here's, again, a reason why, same as our prior guidance, to use this option, you have to have a 2-foot clean zone between the contamination and the seasonally high water table. And there will be conditions where this option is not able to be used. I'll be discussing that in a subsequent slide. Next slide, please. The way that the immobile chemicals list was developed is that we performed contaminant transport modeling that you actually just learned about in the prior modules. So the model was run, it used default properties for calculating the soil remediation standards, the soil type, sandy loam, and the chemical needed to be transported less than 2 feet over 100 years. So again, same as before. However, there were certain properties, chemical properties between then and now that had changed, and also there are certain chemicals for MGW pathway no longer regulated, so the list has been updated from the prior guidance. Next slide, please. This is the list. You will find it in the guidance document. If you really want to get into the weeds, you can compare it from the list in the 2008 document, and then you can also compare that to our current soil standards if you want to find out, well, why aren't those PAHs that I used to use a mobile chemical option for on this new list? And again, for some, the standard is no longer applicable for MGW pathway. because the soil criterion may be above the soil saturation limit. So again, you may be wondering what happened again to like benzoate pyrene. Well, that's why that's not there. Some chemicals, again, on the prior list, aluminum, one example, the standard is not applicable for the NJDEP pathway because the groundwater standard is a secondary standard. Others, again, due to updated partition coefficient values, it no longer achieved the contaminant transport modeling requirements that I explained in the prior slide. So again, this is your new list. And, again, you can go to the soil standards list itself for the specific explanation of why something previously on the list is not on this current list. I also have to remind you, again, not just for this ARS option, but all of them with MGW, you may see, oh, okay, now I don't have an issue for lead because I met all of the requirements of this option. But remember, that's just for the MGW pathway. You still have to do the comparison, look at the ingestion-dermal number, look at the inhalation number. All right, so again, I just wanted to clarify that for you. Next slide. Importantly, think about when this option is not applicable. If you have specific site conditions that might increase the mobility of a contaminant, this option is not applicable. You can't use it. I've given you a couple examples. Again, a contaminant part of a mixture, co-solvent, very frequent in New Jersey. We all know that from our sites. And also very frequent. I have a lot of sites where the soil pH has been altered from acids and bases that have been used during manufacturing operations. Another reminder, the soil texture in the model was run on sandy loam. So if your site has a coarser soil texture, then this is another example where this option is not available to you. Next slide, please. Here's what we would like you to provide to us, again, outlined in the guidance document. The sampling results obviously need to include those samples from that zone between the contamination and the seasonally high water table. We'll need analytical results. We'll need your soil boring logs, again, to make sure that the soil texture is appropriate and the other conditions that are identified in the guidance. And, lastly, although not, written as a bullet point, if this option is not one that you're able to use for any of these reasons that I've been discussing, please keep in mind you still have other options available to you. One, for example, I think commonly used would be the SPLP option, if this option is not one that's available to you. And go ahead to the next slide, which I think is the final one. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time. And I hope that I was able to answer some of the questions that were coming up in a previous Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Anne. Appreciate all your knowledge. And I'm sure if there are questions, we will get to that during the next question and answer period. We're now moving on back to Swati. Welcome back, Doctor.
Oh, yep. I'm sure everybody's thrilled. Anyway, so this is the final option, everyone. This is the soil and groundwater data evaluation option. Again, a narrative option that is found in section 10 of the ARS guidance document. Next slide, please. Now, as a narrative action, and again, as Anne has stressed, there is no numerical standard. Basically, when you use this option, what is being said is that the pathway has been evaluated. It's been determined that there is not a potential at this point for it to impact the groundwater, and it needs no further action. So again, the example I used in the morning, if you're evaluating lead, and you have 300 parts per million at the water table, and nothing is in the groundwater, etc., which I'll go into. Do not write that your ARS standard is 300 ppm. You don't have a narrative. You don't have a numerical standard. It's a narrative standard. Next slide. I have worked very hard over the past few years, I may say decades, to explain to people that we do not really link a lot of groundwater data with whether or not you do an investigation of the migration to groundwater pathway. And we still don't, but this option is interesting in that it uses current groundwater data to arrive at a conclusion about the soil contamination acceptability. So this is one where you're going to use the data that you have currently in the groundwater to arrive at a conclusion. Why would you even be looking at this option? Same thing as we have stressed throughout. There was an exceedance of the soil remediation standard or the ARS standard for this pathway. Next slide. It's a very simple option. Basically, we want to make sure that the contamination is not due to a recent discharge. And why is that? It's basically because we want to make sure that it had enough time to reach the water table. So, a recent spill would not qualify. The highest levels of this contaminant must be at the water table, and the groundwater concentrations, even though you have these high contaminant levels, which basically means they're above your applicable standard, even though they're at the water table, that the groundwater concentrations are below the remediation standards. And all of these conditions must apply. All three conditions need to apply before we can say that this option shows that the pathway has been satisfactorily addressed. Next slide, please. So to implement this option, soil sampling is done with appropriate delineation to the applicable soil remediation standard for the pathway or the alternative remediation standard for the pathway. And 2 rounds of groundwater sampling 30 days apart are conducted. Next slide, please. The supporting data should include a table with soil and groundwater data, the methodology used to derive this, and the history of the site should be given as best you know it. And this is, again, especially with reference to the discharge, that this is not a new discharge. I think the guidance may have some more detail, but basically that's it. Next slide, please. Turn it over to...
Yep. To me. All right,
Yep.
Everybody, this is your last test your knowledge slide. I'll read the question out loud. The supporting data for soil and groundwater data option should include a table with soil and groundwater data, methodology used to derive this, the history of the site, especially with reference to the discharge, or D, all of the above. So we have 60 seconds to answer this question. Please do so now. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our speakers and to remind everybody to please submit the SurveyMonkey. As I stated earlier, it's very important to us to make sure that we give you the best presentations possible, to give you the information that you want, and we really use the feedback. So we appreciate the fact that you fill this information out. And
I just posted it again, not to belabor.
Thank you, Christina. How much time left?
15 seconds.
Okay. Well, with the last 15 seconds, I just hope everybody is paying attention and answering this question so that everybody can get the credits that they need. And now that the time period is ended, the correct answer was D, all of the above. Back to you.
Okay, so the important note here, and this is not about the option I was just discussing. It basically is an overall statement, which is we've given you several methodologies, options, models, whatever you want to call them, to develop alternative remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway. You do have the option to submit other methodologies and models other than those in this guidance. Now, if that is done, all these models and methodologies that are not in here will require pre-approval prior to their use, and a detailed review may be necessary. So sometimes we get people talking to us about research models or methodologies. You know, anything that is not in this guidance document, we will review, but it may not be as quick and streamlined as the options that we have presented here. And of course, just because we review something doesn't mean that we guarantee its approval for use. The option is, however, there for all of you. And that's basically all I have to say at this point. So that's the, thank you.
Thank you, Swati. Okay, we're going to do our last round of questions. There are questions today that have gone unanswered, and I just want to address this because they're either site-specific or the department is not prepared to provide an answer at this time. So if your question wasn't answered, it will be answered by somebody on this committee, on one of the several committees that were here today, and you will get an email addressing your question. So be patient. You will hear from the panelists probably later this month. So I have a couple of questions.
Actually, Christina, before we launch into the questions, I think Dr. Frasco and I had a statement that we wanted to make.
Yes.
Barry, are you there? All right.
I'm here.
Okay. See, I'm sure everybody has missed Barry today. What I wanted to say, and then I'll turn it over to you, Barry, is there seems to be some confusion on institutional controls and deed notices and engineering controls for the migration to groundwater pathway. Where there is an exceedance of the migration to groundwater pathway for the standards or the alternative remediation standards, an institutional control or an alternative institutional deed notice or an engineering control will be required. For all the options that we discussed today, with the exception of Seasoil 8123D model, if those options are satisfied, you do not need an engineering control or a institutional control. And Barry, why don't you go ahead and explain if you wanted to some of the legal authority behind that.
Okay, just real quick. Prior to 2014, the department required that you have to achieve impacted groundwater numbers or to achieve that compliance with that pathway, because we did not allow contamination above impacted groundwater numbers to remain behind. That all went away in 2014 when we allowed for non-volatile capping of contaminants for impacted groundwater, and then in 2019 when we incorporated volatiles. So in the instance where you have a cap, you have an engineering control. If you have an engineering control, you have to have an institutional control. So for those circumstances where you are in compliance with the migration to groundwater exposure pathway through capping, it will require an institutional control. Obviously, you have the engineering control, and it would also require having a remedial action permit. And our interpretation of Section 13A in the Brownfield Act leads the department to believe that we can do this. I believe the wording, hold on one second, basically says when real property is remediated to a non-residential soil remediation standard or engineering or institutional controls are used in lieu of remediating a site to meet an established remediation standard for soil, groundwater, or surface water, the person responsible shall take the following measures, which includes implement any engineering or institutional controls. So we believe we have the authority to do that.
Thank you very much, Barry and Swati, for this, and I will go ahead and now go over the last few questions. If anybody else has anything else, I just want to clarify something that Christina said. It's not that we don't want to, it's not, if we didn't read your question, it could be just that the question would take too long for this format, and that's why we will go into send it back to you via an email instead. So I have a question now. Should one note in a data table that an exceedance of MGW satisfies a narrative standard? How does the department desire to see it documented on a table and figure?
Well, basically, the ARS forms have been modified so that when you submit the when you submit the remediation standard notification spreadsheet, it tells you you can select on the narrative standard option. So it's right up front.
So the answer to the next question, I think you just answered. Can you confirm that a narrative option does not need an ARS form notification spreadsheet as if it's not an ARS? They do.
It is yeah, it is an ARS. Let me make that clear. A narrative standard is an alternative remediation standard. It is a narrative standard. It's not a numerical standard, but it is a standard, and it does require the submission of both forms, the ARS form and the remediation standard notification spreadsheet.
Okay. So if you have a MGW exceedance below the water table, you need a deed notice and a CEA?
Migration to groundwater does not apply below the water table. It's a non-issue.
Thank you.
Now, mind you, if you have contamination for the other pathways, it may apply.
Okay. I'm going back up to see if I can get some of the other ones. So just give me a second. If you run, what if you run SPLP on a sample exceeding MGW and all SPLP results come back below the RL and MDL?
I'm going to offer Michael Gonshore, if he's still there, the opportunity to answer this. If not, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm still here. So the question, if I got that, was you run X number of samples that are above the default, soil samples that are above the default, and all your SPLP results can come back non-detect. As long as your reporting limit, this is for non-volatiles, it's easy. As long as your reporting limit or MDL is below the leachate standard, put it in the spreadsheet, they should all pass and it'll spit you out your site-specific standard, which in that case is probably just going to be equal to the highest concentration of whatever total you ran. So if you run 3 samples or more, whatever your highest concentrations. And if for volatiles, volatiles can be tricky, so you have to make sure you have a pretty good low MDL. because if your MDL is at the leachate standard, for example, when you plug it in the spreadsheet, you're going to end up failing. So work with your lab, make sure they have nice, for volatils especially, make sure they have MDLs that are below the leachate standard, or else when you plug it in the spreadsheet, you'll fail. Now, the department would have to, SWATI or someone at the department would have to answer, in that case, do you really consider that a failure if they're all NDs, even if you put it in the spreadsheet and it fails? So I've not run into that situation personally.
I think we'd have to look at the site specifics on that, Michael. I'm not sure I've run into it either.
Okay. I have 3 TOC results. I average in parts per million. So how do you determine the number to put into the FOC? Steve said divide by 5,000, then something else, and something else. And Steve, help.
Yep, sorry. Yeah, I was just giving an example. So basically, you know, any number that you get from the lab, the fraction of organic carbon, if the concentration is in milligrams per kilogram, you just divide that number by 1,000,000, which will give you the fraction, right? So if you divide 5,000 by 1,000,000, you would get 0.005, right? That number, that's the fraction of organic carbon. And some of the models require you to enter that number, the fraction. Other models require you to enter the percentage. And so if your value was 0.005, in order to get a percentage, you just multiply it by 100, right? So your percentage would be 0.5%. So that's all. I mean, it's just conversion factors and dividing through, and that's all that spreadsheet is doing. It's not adding any kind of mumbo jumbo to those numbers. It's just doing those conversions.
And hi, Ann here. And the reason for that is because laboratory giving you results in total organic carbon, then in order to be, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be incognito here. It's going to have to be, again, put into fraction organic carbon. You're going to get a TOC, and then you're going to say, well, what do I do? And so that's why Steve was giving the specific run through on the math. That's the reason for that.
Thank you very much.
That was a common error, when people were submitting the FOC and, the conversion, all of this. So I had a little cheat sheet up in my cube, and then we just made a calculator, and Steve was, expanded on that. So.
Thank you. Does the use of the narrative approach require a deed notice, or have you demonstrated compliance? At what point in the process can this be submitted for approval?
If you have satisfactorily addressed the narrative option, you do not need a deed notice. And at what point can you submit this in the process? I think you can submit it at any time, but I'm not an administrative person. Just make sure that, it's all, there was delineation and the option worked out.
Can I compliance average any ARS result?
Okay, so remember our ARSs are divided into numerical and narrative. So narrative, obviously there's no averaging involved. For the numerical options, you can average the saltwater partition equation modification, I should state the standards derived by modification of the saltwater partition equation and the standard derived by SPLP. Those can be averaged, but not the modeling options.
Okay.
I mean, this is Steve. I mean, the idea is you can follow the rules for compliance averaging of the actual samples you collected in the field, and it's that number that you would compare to the standard, whether it's a default standard or an ARS, right? So, you can average your values in the field, but you compare it to whatever standard you've created.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. So if the only remaining exceedances at a site are of the new MGW pathway and none of the compliance options work, a deed notice, engineering control, and soil wrap will be needed.
Correct.
And that was, I think, a great way to end the questions. Christina?
Actually, if I can just jump in there.
Oh, sure.
You can use engineering and institutional controls pursuant to the 2 tech guidance documents. You have to meet certain conditions. It's not an automatic. I just wanted to clarify that. So, but yes, pursuant to what's in the tech guidance for capping of volatiles and capping of non-volatiles.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you to our
Thanks, Barry.
presenters and to all of you for attending today. We really appreciate you being here. If you could fill out the course evaluation, again, it's posted in the chat. Like Lynn said, we use your feedback and we value it. So everyone have a great day and we will see you next time.